It's showtime, people. Welcome to another edition of the Coach's Desk. It's day 2 of Coach's Desk. Triple treat weekend. Yeah, man, we have an awesome time last evening on the show. It was excellent. Um, Trust me, it was a very good discussion. And big ups to all of the persons who came on. Big up to the early birds right now online. Big up yourself. Welcome to the show. So as usual, you know what we do. We talk about some sporting activity before um we get into the meat of the matter. And as persons can see, with the title, yeah man, we're going into a different realm tonight. Yeah man, we're gonna speak about the talented footballers should not be hyped up, but they should be guided. Look at Walter Boyd. Yeah, man. Probably not a topic that persons are really into, but yeah, man, you know, we have to spice up the thing. We can't be having the same discussion over and over. But I know that when you come on, when you talk, because of your interest, because of the hardcore fans that you are, where the reggae boys are concerned, we're gonna go right back to that. So big up yourselves, people. Thank you for the support. The golden rule, as usual, you like up the live, share the live so that more persons will come on. Yeah, man. So salute to all of the persons who are early. Just gonna give a rundown. Of course, people, English Premier League, everybody possibly in this chat right now, everybody possible who's watching right now is an English Premier League fan. Yeah, man. So we just want to give an update on the games today. Manchester City. Manchester City people move one step closer to retaining the English Premier League. And when I say retaining, it's not like they win it last year. They had it before, taken away by, the Liverpool team. But I mean, they worked hard this season. Yeah, man, they were the more consistent team, and they are on top of the table. They blanked Crystal Palace 2-0. Yeah, man, with of course, their talisman Sergio Aguero getting on the goal scoring chart, and Ferran Torres also scored. And the people, another interesting game. I know that Mr. Blake, wherever he's at, I'm hoping that everything is all right with him, because his beloved Leeds were blanked 2-0 by Brighton and Hove Albion. Yes, people, Mr. Blake was defeated today. I don't know how he's feeling right now, but Mr. Blake, we don't rejoice because we have our game tomorrow. So we don't really rejoice, We just giving the information as it is. You know what I mean? So the Brighton basically would be in a spot where they probably cement their position in the league for next season. High flying Chelsea put some nails in the coffin of a Fulham football club, because they blanked them as well, 2-0. In a good game there today with Kai Havertz. Yes, he hit them on the double. So 2 goals from Kai Havertz. They're giving Chelsea all 3 points. Aston Villa people. Aston Villa, kind of hot and cold team. Everton, hot and cold as well. 2 good teams, but I don't believe that they have the depth to really push for the top 4 at this time. Ollie Watkins again. El Ghazi again, people. Scored 2 goals and they edged Everton with Dominic Calvert-Lewin scoring there. 2-1. Yes, and we have some interesting games coming up in the morrow. Yeah, man. Some Arsenal Newcastle, big game of the day. Manchester United versus Liverpool, and Tottenham versus Sheffield United. So that's it where football is concerned, people. No, that's not it. We watched the game with Kevin Lambert last night. Yeah, man, the baller go on a little thing last night. His team won, I think, 4-0. Yeah, man, it was a good performance. He scored. Beautiful he scored. Yeah. So some persons are coming out and saying that this is the central defensive midfield that we need. So we don't have to go there because he's right here. Yes, people. So that's it for football. When you look at track and field, the fast time was done yesterday in the men's section, 100 meters. Trayvon Brummel, people, 9.88 seconds. This youth would have had a career where it has been hit by injury, and he's back. He's back. He has been putting in the work over there at Tumbleweed Track Club, and they have been doing extremely well with him. So big ups to the coaching staff over there, because they would have gotten Trayvon Brummel to be back in the 9.8 shape sprinting. Yeah, man. And for me, he seems to be one of the front runners. You know, you have a Justin Gatlin, you know, you have a Andre DeGrasse, who he defeated in that very same race. So, yes, people, that's it where the updates are concerned. So let's jump right into your comments. But before we get into the comments, people, thanks to everyone who came on last night. Trust me, the show hot last night. Yeah, man, the show hot last night. Big up to the panelists as usual. You have always been doing a fantastic job when you come on the panel. Big up yourselves. So thanks again for always chiming in. So there are some talented footballers who would have passed through Jamaica's system. You know what I mean? And many times we know that talent alone won't cut it, because you have to have the discipline. And sometimes what happens is that these community members, family members, fans of the footballer, oftentimes hype them or overhype them. And then these players get ahead of themselves. When they should be training, they find themselves doing things that a footballer should not be doing. You know what I mean? So that really caused them not to reach where they ought to reach. In other words, they are not maximizing their full potential. And we have seen it on numerous occasions in Jamaica, because sometimes the coach will try to discipline a player, and then the fans come out swinging instead of trying to encourage a youngster to do what footballers do. They come out swinging at the coach. Sometimes these coaches lose their jobs and so forth, so forth. So this is what we want to talk about tonight, people. We want you to drop your comment in this comment section. Of course, we will be dropping the link later on, as stated by the comment moderators. They will indicate when we drop the link. You know what I mean? So, all right, people. Thanks again for tuning in. Remember, like up the live, share the live. That's the golden rule. So I'm going to jump into the comment section just to read a few things. I know persons are going to say I'm way back where the comments are concerned. But of course, we have to give the introduction first before we get into all of these. You know what I mean? So big up everybody who is on tonight. So Baller Car, big up yourself, man. Yeah, man, we pre the baller yesterday, man. I must give on Lambert, yeah. And we have always suggested him, but let's see the progress for the rest of the season. You know what I mean? Fresh God, big up yourself. Yeah, man. We know 7 o'clock they gone, but people. We know 7 o'clock they gone, but well, I'm not telling you when we did that. But it was an interesting conversation that I was having, and I had to cut it for you. And I definitely will have to get back to that conversation, because, yeah, man, some information coming to the coach's desk. You know what I mean? So, Fresh God, that's the reason why we came on a little late. But I did say that it will not be later than 7:15, and I honored that, right? So big up yourself. Yeah, man. Rashawn Tomlinson, welcome to the show, and big up as well. Simeon. Yeah, man, I did this, Simeon, because you were locked up or you were under some manners. Welcome back, man. Welcome back. Ian in the building. Blessings, Ian. Welcome back to the show. Second night of the weekend's triple treat. Yeah, man. Mr. Special Edition. Bless up yourself. Welcome. Burrell Dan. Vincent Cunningham. Mark Chambers. Welcome. Richard Smith. Where can I watch League One matches? Many places you can watch it, but one of the most used online platform that many persons watch it on is HezGoal. Yeah, man. So you can check out HezGoal. They normally carry a lot of games from various leagues across the world. So you can check out that Richard Smith. Brownman Security, welcome to the show, man. Yeah, man. Definitely. Big up to the Antiguan people in the house. Big up to Brownman all the way over there in Antigua. Yeah, man. Football in 90. Welcome, my friend. Big up yourself. Cash Red. Welcome. Yankee. Welcome. Top 10. So if we lose, well, we not give it up so easy, you know. Bravo, Rich. Big up yourself. Ian Campbell said Arsenal for life. We lose our draw. And I'm certain, Ian, that's what the others are saying. The clubs that they support, they will say the same thing that you say. Leonard Clark, big up yourself. Welcome. I hear that DJ is injured. He's injured again. He just came off an injury. So I'm trying to find out if it is another injury, Leonard. Yeah, man. Lamar Garden, big up, welcome. Yeah, man. David Daly, welcome. Fresh God up the comment section lit. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Fresh God. Ian Campbell says, sorry, the USL is a certified Bush League or local Premier League has better quality players in general. The local Premier League only requires sponsorship to improve. All right, Ian. Kevin Reed, welcome. I think Lambert has potential, but I can't assess his performances in USL because he's playing against mediocre players in general. Same applies to Martin Davis in the Maltese League. Very good comment there, Ian, because oftentimes players look decent when they are playing against opponents that are, I don't want to use the word that you use, but, you know, not at a high level. Yeah, man. Renvo, welcome, my friend. George Stone, welcome. Andre Williams, welcome. Jeremy and Mitchell, welcome to the show. Yeah, man. David just reminded me, David Dale reminding me that he's the Canadian in the house. Yeah, man. Kim Roy Christie, welcome to the show. Yeah, man. Profound Ministries here. Lee Young is here. Andre Williams, Ian Campbell. Yeah, man. Everybody there. Just want to run a little intro for you people. Yep. Yep, people, so welcome to one and all. Welcome again to one and all. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Welcome to one and all. Watching NYC versus Andre Blake. Please give me a link for. Oh, it is HESGOAL. That is it. Where was I in the comment section? Yeah, man. Lee Young in the house, Profound Ministry. Andre William, DJ will miss the rest of the season. Wow. Not a good thing. Fresh God, bro, you never see me link you on Instagram, never get a response, or you must visit coaches this. You know, I think I saw that message, Fresh God, but I don't know what transpired. You know, my phone is on charge. I think my phone died, you know. Or I was doing something. I glimpsed the message, but I was doing something and I was to get back to it. But I didn't get the chance. I apologize for that, Fresh God. Yeah, man. Vincent Cunningham, big up yourself. Also, no like that. Also, no like that thing that I just show a while ago. Talk to me. Oh, no, son, I like it. Talk to me in the comment section. Talk to me in the comment section. Raymond in the building, people. Raymond in the building. Brown man and Raymond is in the building. Nothing to worry about. Nothing. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Raymond. Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Give me a second, people. Give me a second. Give me a second. Yeah, people. Apologize for that. But let's get back to where I was. Want to say the intro bad? And say the intro bad. All right. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. What happened to the under 21 league in Jamaica? That has been buried for so long. Richard Smith, long time. It's about the player them where I play League One in England and League Two. What about those players, Balakar? It's a fresh got it hot. Profound minister, yes, sir, but add a bombshell to it. All right. I don't know what you mean by a bombshell. You mean the explosive thing? That's what they're talking about, Profound. Yes, sir, Richard, it have a buzz. Yeah, man, you know we are trying to do a thing and add things to it on a daily basis. Yeah, man. We try, you know.
Flavor, make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Mincy, best round here. Remember that.
Yeah, man, we have some intro run too, you know.
Style of flavor, make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Mincy, best round here. Remember that.
Yeah, man. Big up. We soon get that one up on the screen. People. So, for persons who don't know, yesterday I commented on that intro. Yeah, man. One of my batchmates at school, he actually did that for me. He's a reggae artist. Yeah. So you can check him out on Icon YouTube page. Yeah, man. So Ian is saying, oh, okay, it's a conversation. The security enforcers are here. Raymond, Osborne, Brown, man, big up. Yeah, man. We have to big up them man in a place, man. So, the things that just comment as well. We have comment moderators and we have security in the building, and the panelists them soon jump in. And you have the hosts and you have the people who view. So a whole lot of things are going, don't it? Where's the fresh guy? Is a dub? Yeah. Blessing. Yeah. Raymond saying that is stadium gate. People, look who's in the house. Travis. Yeah, man. Yeah, Johnny Powell. Welcome to the show. Big up, Travis. Big up. Tell him, man. Travis, the star, you know. so people, drop some comments, man, on the topic that we want to discuss. What you think about Jordan Fletcher? You think he got good guidance? Talk to me now. First, you gotta have a tell me when to drop the link, you know. Tell me when to drop the link. Yeah, man. Big up to the 54 people who are viewing right now. Big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in. You know what I mean? Where's the baller car? League One and League Two, a Bush League. In comparison to what? The English Premier League or the French League? It's a Johnny Paul. Good topic last night. Yeah, man. It was a very intriguing topic. A little bit controversial too, but trust me, it was a good topic. Yeah, man. Last night topic did hot. Very hot. We said Fletcher should have gone to Europe in his teenage years. So what would you think would have caused that? Because I remember one time Whitmore had added him to the squad, you know, the senior squad, and then he was dropped because of some issues in terms of his weight and his fitness. So, as I said earlier, sometimes these footballers believe that it's only that their skills and their touches and all of that, because many Jamaicans, I probably think it is in recent times persons are embracing the fact of the ball movement. Many people thought it wasn't a skill because there was a long debate on a particular radio show. They were discussing that off the ball movement was a skill, and persons were saying that it wasn't, and the host doesn't know anything about football and all of that. But off the ball movement is a skill. Probably they catch on to it late, but oftentimes Jamaicans believe that once you have the ball on your foot, you're supposed to be able to do magic, and the magic is probably stepping over with a little flair, body rock and all of that, and they get all excited when these things happen. But is that the only thing about a footballer? The flair? What about a goalkeeper? His ability to read the game. What about that? So there are many things that we could discuss in reference to this topic, because a man like Jordan Fletcher would have done so much for his schoolboy football team, and he was the man at the time, scoring a lot of goals. So I mean, having that youngster scoring a lot of goals, he goes into that. He should be in the national team, and no coach should send him home because he is deemed unfit. You know what I mean? So did these persons actually reprimand him in such a way that, yeah, you have to work on your fitness, you have to do this, you have to do that? You know what I mean? Rather than bashing the coach. Because coaches really get a lot of flogging when it comes on to football. And all the peanut man probably know nothing about coaching have something to say in terms of criticizing the coach. And not all critics or criticizing is a bad thing, because sometimes you can take stuff from these things, enhance your skill. But oftentimes the coaches get a lot of, you know what I mean? So drop your comments, people. Drop your comments. Drop your comments where this topic is concerned. We heard Travis. You have to change the menu shirt before I can comment on your intro. Change it? Oh man, you can't change it now. You want me to get up, Dr. Joyful, and go take off a shirt and leave the other people just for you to comment on the intro? We can get your comment on next time, Dr. Joyful. Yeah, man. We can get a comment on next time. Yeah, man, we'll do soon. Tell me when to drop the link. All right, Fresh God. Marlon Plunkett. No, why me always say Marlon Plunkett? Mark Plunkett. I mix you up again, brother. Yeah, man. People, Mark Plunkett have a YouTube channel and I see it today. So, I want to go over there and check out Mark Plunkett. He's normally one of the panelists. So, I need to check him out, people. Yeah, man, he might go on a little thing. As they would say, he might have a little buzz over his channel. So just go over there, go bless him up, subscribe to the channel, and just tell him, say, Coach's Desk, send you know what I mean? Yeah. Similar to what happened with Peter McGregor and Normal Campbell. What happened to them? Oh, you mean they went to Europe early? Yeah, because the persons in their corner would have been seen further than the football competition that they would have been playing in. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, that's a good one, Travis. I hope Alex behave himself and listen tonight. Profound Ministry. See a comment coming, but it jumped gone. Youthful exuberance is messing with his meds. Whose meds are profound? Yeah, some players don't have the right guidance. Jamaica development is way behind. Young players don't go to gym a lot. So you can see their belly is big. Yeah, and if you ask me, a lot of athletes, when it comes on to core work, doing their core work, it's a tough task for them to do. So sometimes, because they know that the top athletes know that they are not disciplined enough to do it, they hire a physical trainer or a fitness trainer to ensure that they get the work done, because it's not easy to be intrinsically motivated, because the work is not easy. So if you have persons in your corner that are not encouraging you to, and the time for you there right here, so no, time for training. You're not supposed to consume that, you're not supposed to take that in your system. You're a baller, you're a professional athlete, watch what you eat and so forth. These people probably hang out with them and see them do things that they are not supposed to do. And how can you have a friend, how can you have the best interest of somebody and not telling them when they are doing the wrong thing? You understand? So a lot of these things happen. Yeah, unhealthy diet. Definitely. Yeah, man. Rowan Mays, FIFA them up play coach about Flair. Yeah, that is true. So it's all about the Flair, the nutmeg, but we call it salad. Shift or dasher man, or if you're a defender, you bust a lace, as we'd say. So these things are not necessarily in the game of the professional player. And if you notice, when a man like Neymar, who is true to what Brazilians are about, he gets criticized. He says the people tell him that him a showboat on these players. When the man says him does a showcase him talent, him skill, and this is what Brazil footballers do. You know what I mean? But we in Jamaica, we should try to stick to the basic. Many times you improvise, utilize your skills when you're in a tight situation. Rather than anytime you get the ball, you wait until the opponent comes to you. Rather than passing the ball. So you wait until someone comes. You don't play the ball game as quickly as possible. Wait until someone comes for you to shift them rather than pass the ball and move that person out of space. You know what I mean? Because if you shift a man or cut a man, as they say, that man can regroup and come back again, or somebody can cover for him. When you move the ball as quickly, it's gonna take discipline from the opponents to really follow the ball. You know what I mean? Balakar, Ivan Toney came from League One for so much money, pounds, so it can't be a Bush League. League One and League Two and a Bush League. If you're what are you comparing it to, Balakar? You have to tell us what you're comparing it to, you know. You can't just say it is a Bush League or they are Bush Leagues. Those are the third and fourth competition in England. Yeah? So how can what on what premise are you calling it a Bush League? Jamaica LOL, welcome to the show. Chris Smith in the building, welcome. MPEC in the building, welcome. Balakar, I don't think much of League Two, but a player like Johnson Clark Harris from League One can be looked as he is the player of the season. He's heading to Rangers. Only the best for Jamaica. But I want Balakar to tell me on what premise or basis is he saying that League One and League Two are Bush Leagues. Just that more understand where I come from. There are many players better than Peter McGregor. I'm not hating on him, but agents should be doing a better job in getting players. College system slows down footballer players' career. So you're essentially saying that it would be best to get these footballers outside into Europe rather than getting them into the United States to get a college degree. I think that's what Travis is saying. Balakar is adamant, a Bush League, you can talk all you want. Bad Gaza reports coming. Hello, Ella. Agar receive his report. Yeah, we get that already. Ricardo Robinson, welcome. League One, far better than USL for sure, though. That's why I want him to tell us, Ricardo, what is he comparing the League One or League Two with? Off the ball movements creates passing options. Such discipline is called tactical placement or movement. Well said, Profound Ministry. That's it. And if you don't have that, you are in problems. Mikel Antonio came from League One and he is a Premier League star. Never get the name of the play, but on TVJ Sports they say a player got his passport today. Is that Kemar Roof? But we were told some Thursday night by Simon Preston that Kieran Agar got his passport. So I believe probably that's the player. Big up to Simon Preston. Man with the news regarding the Reggae Boys. You can check him out on Reggae Boys commentary. Yeah, man. Godfather of it, you know. David Daly, quote, some players with natural talent always go on like them better than the average player. They are too hype and players have to be humble and patient. Yeah. And you see, sometimes, David, the fact is that, you know, these players are better than players probably 1 or 2 years younger than them. You know what I mean? So, for example, they in Manning Cup, they are playing against a team that has average ages of 16 years old or 17. And they are 18 or 19. So is the schoolboy football a good enough league to see a talent like a Alex Marshall play up to his final year? You know what I mean? Jordan Fletcher. Yeah. So these are the things that I'm talking about, David. Well said. Tennessee, big up yourself. Welcome. Go Explorer. Yeah, man. Welcome. Seeing that he's at Mount Pleasant, I think he develops their good player. Yeah, man. I think he's at Mount Pleasant and it's good for him. I think he has matured though. But what we're saying is that at the age of 17, 18, when he was quote unquote in his heights of schoolboy football. Could there be more done for a talent like this? That's really the point, you know. Or are they hyped up as being the big baller? Some of these players, you know, even get names of top footballers in the world, you know. If some look man a play for some school and you hear Neymar, Messi, them name they are here, you know. So oftentimes they are hyped up. But it's not all about the hype sometimes. Or most of the time, majority of the time. It should be about mentoring these players, getting them in the right frame of mind. So any game can play in terms of getting them outside of the country. If they have a link to an academy or an agent or their coach has links, you know what I mean? So it's not only about the hype of playing in the schoolboy league. Mark you know, people. You see, a lot of times, schoolboy football, whether schoolboy athletes, girls or boys. So let me say, student athletes. Oftentimes, some of them really don't want to continue, you know, because sports training is very hard. It's tiresome to the body. It's rigorous. You have to have a tough mental capacity. Some of them don't want to do it after school. And the higher they get, the more intense the work becomes. You know what I mean? And some might be doing intense, high intensity work already at the high school level. So there are many variables that would cause some of these players not to excel either. Yeah, man. Anyone who can guess my football. Travis, you're doing giveaways tonight, man. All right. Let me see where I was. That comment jumped. All right. Yeah, man. Blessings, Marlon. Mark. Why I keep saying Marlon? You know, at the eye tested me, I feel, you know. Lambert, if you're playing at the Jamaica team, I try fight the youth. Who fighting the youth, Balakir? Who is fighting Lambert? No fighting on the comment section. But of course, Lambert should be given a try. If there's a local squad that is going to be called up, he should be a part of it. Especially because I believe the coach is looking for a solid CDM. So yes, he should be a part of it. Johnny Paul, I think he should get another try because he's a good player. Yep. Ian Campbell, not only Harris Clark or Clark Harris. League have a lot of good players. That's League One, right? Coaches' savviness and players' willingness to comply are great combination for success. Let me put that on the screen. That deserve an Oscar. Well said, Profound Ministries. Go Explore. League One is up there with some of the top 5 league in Europe. Even earn more money. In my estimation, I think League One and probably to a lesser extent League Two. Yeah, very good leagues. Yeah. These leagues are very competitive, you know. You have to be on your best every game, you know. You can't switch off and switch on, no. It's, you have to pay for it. So Andrew Lam said First Row Sports is a good website as well. First Row Sports. What that does, Andrew Williams? Even Alex Marshall, if he had gotten a deal in Germany when he was younger, it would develop him way better. But the club thinks otherwise. So, yep. Oftentimes, players go on trial, you know. It's very difficult when players go on trial because oftentimes they are not selected for whatever reason. Because from what I understand is that the persons who are looking on prefer to see that individual in a game situation, because you might be able to do the drills effectively, very good, but that is without pressure. You know what I mean? So if you come with a team and the team has a system and you play and they see how you work in that system, then it is more likely for you to get through where trials are concerned. But when you go as an individual, trust me, it is tough. Ask Craig Butler. All the details, the opportunity cost is just too high for young footballers to make it to Europe on their own. I agree. Some good players are in League One, but I think we should only look at the very best from that league. Yep. Davian McClear, welcome. Man of God, welcome. Bush League doesn't have 40 million pound stadiums. All right, let me put that up on the screen. Balakar seems like he has a lot to say. Why don't you join the panel? Richard Samuels, showdown tomorrow, you know. Showdown tomorrow, no doubt. Right? Chris Smith, non-league football in England have better players than our league in Jamaica. I have a friend who finished as a leading goal scorer in RSPL and went to England and was playing non-league football. And I will say it again, whenever you're playing against subpar players, not the best players in the world, you are going to be looking good. But when you go up against top players who understand how to close down a defender, how to mark and all of that, you're going to seem like a mediocre player, you know, when you go up against them, you know. So don't take it for granted. Who's a League One and League Two, a Bush League? Come on, these leagues are competitive and entertaining to watch. I watch them. Yeah, man, watch the football of them, man. They're hot, end-to-end stuff. League Two is stronger than Jamaican Premier League. League One is leagues ahead of USL. No pun intended. You mean Jairus? That one is bad. You could have said miles, you know, but you said leagues. Yeah, man, that was witty, Jairus. Yeah, man. MOYT official. Me say you're good. Yes, Marcus, big up yourself, man. I hope you are doing well. My friend told me that the non-league football in England is better than RSPL. This is the man that played for Jamaica national under 20, 23 and senior team. Yeah, man, and someone who comes on this show to Garvin, he's in England and him said the league them are at a very high standard. Semi-pro, a high standard. Masters League, high standard. So, I don't know. I remember, you know, people, we have a lot to do in terms of development, you know. We are nowhere near these people, you know. So I think the comparison is like us holding on to smoke. If we're comparing players now, then that is a different thing, because even though our league might not be up to standard, there are very good players in our league. No, Balakir, no say that. Who is a lot of them? You came on the panel and you jumped off. I think it was last week. Yeah, man. We accommodate a lot of people on the panel, Balakar. So no say that. Them no want me on the panel. Who is them? Me, Renesso. I admit persons on the panel. Yeah. The Costa Cup and Manning Cup are Bush leagues, not one or two. And fighting against Lambert. Oh, so Ian Matak. Okay. So Ian is saying that he's not fighting against the player. I want to see him in Europe to get to the required experience. I think he will eventually own that CDM position in our team. I can agree with that. Coach, nothing wrong with the names. It happens all over the world, brother. Crazy Hardy TV, what names? I'm lost there. What names are talking about, Crazy Hardy TV? I am lost there. People, remember, for the link to be dropped, you have to reach up to 50 likes. So if you have not hit the like button, jump over, hit the like button, get it up to 50 so we can hear what the panelists have to say tonight. All right. Crazy Hardy TV, I don't know what you're talking about. In terms of nothing wrong with the name. I watched Hartford Athletics versus New York Red Bulls 2 in USL first match, and I can proudly say that Jamaica Premier League is better than the USL. All right. Non-league football in England have players from all over the world with a lot of talent. Look at Jamal Lowe. A couple of years ago, he was playing non-league football. Oh, it's a link can drop as a farmer there. All right, me soon drop it. Regular schoolboy footballer beat up Premier League teams. Hope a team get Bobby Reid in the Prem. Watch him today work hard on the field. Trust me. Yes, I totally agree with English. League One is better than the USL. League Two is also better than the USL. Jamaica's National Premier League is also better than the USL. So everybody seems to have a common understanding where that is concerned. All right, order details. Me soon drop it, man. Let me just try to flash through the comments then. Bless up, Marlon Nelson. Welcome, bless up, Cole. How is everything? Just checking in. Lambert performance yesterday was very good. Yeah, man, he had a very outstanding game yesterday. 80 watching and 51 likes. All right, so we can drop it. Bertram, welcome, man. What level is the Jamaica Premier League as compared to League 1 and 2? What level, Bertram? Is that a rhetorical question, Bertram? Overload scan causes Nico hits makeup popping. Welcome. This row is stream you can watch live games on. Okay, no problem. You'll never walk alone. All right, Richard. Bertram. Giovanni said none of them. RSPL or karate. Ian Campbell. Still can't stop the yard ball of them. You know, see, them a show up all who I said them can make the Jamaica team again. And then we play Gold Cup and Gold Cup qualifier. Lower leagues in England is very competitive. Hey, Balakar, I don't know who you are, but I like your patriotism. You understand? I like that. Yeah, very patriotic. Understand? Let me just leave it at that. So Formula Sport, welcome. People, remember, you can jump over to Formula Sports. He has some good contents over there as well. Yeah, man, Reggae Boy is the same with Speed. So big up yourself, Formula. Yeah, man, and he says lower league is very competitive. Yup. Errol McLean, welcome. Need well-qualified coach to refine emerging talents for professional clubs abroad. Yes, Errol McLean. Need that to happen. Championship is same as MLS. All right. Funny how him have a Manchester United logo and attack foolishness. I mean, attack Tennessee. I mean, one of me attack. The RLSP doesn't even rank in the top 50 leagues worldwide. Nah. League One could be compared to Liga MX. Liga MX is a very good league, you know. Speed of play defined. We push the ball and try to outrun the opponent, but it's the movement of the ball that is relevant for advancement. That is why we are where we are. You know what's a profound minister talk like him is a real coach, you know. You know what me tell the youngsters, them, listen to me. The ball cannot tire. Ball not no lungs. Ball not no legs. We're gonna leave it and all of that. It can't tire. So when you run up on with the ball not gonna tire, but you are gonna tire. So the key is to move the ball. Yeah, man. Speed. Same thing himself. Mikhail is in the building. Welcome, Mikhail. All of these are RSPL karate, 20 to 30 fouls in one match. That's not football. We say patriotic, but him not rate tapa. We say conflict of interest, Formula Sports. Crazy Norris, welcome. RSPL is not a professional league, amateur league. Yeah, man, it's not a professional league. Championship is better than the MLS. Look how Jordan Morris and the other winger has struggled to take those plays. If is one thing, Balak, I will defend this fellow Jamaican. But Mikhail, Formula Sports, he might defend the ball of them now. I think probably play with some of the ballers them when he might defend now. But according to Formula Sports, that man not like Tapa. He not defend Tapa. So yeah, them need better payment too. Remember, it's not a professional league. Yeah. Hey, what's the me need to move the ball quickly? I true, you know. Me I move the ball slow, like a real Jamaican footballer. Coach, my friend was one of the hottest ballers in RSPL. He finished the Caribbean Cup as leading goal scorer. The man said he thought he know ball. Him say when he might play non-league football, him learn. Yeah. All right. I've heard of instances where Premier League player go other places go play ball, and the ball they get, especially when it comes down to the fitness of these players, drop out them belly. Drop out. Yes, man. So we not there no way. I said that mash him up, George Dunkley. All right, so time to drop the link. I've reached the end of the comment section. Yeah, man. Finally, me reached there. Took me a while. The man said, me now move the ball fast. Yeah, man. Me I drop the link now. I am going to drop the link now, people. Where is Calais? Anybody see Calais? Calais not in the building tonight. All right. So there's the link, people. There is the link. Remember, people, share the live as well. Like up the live. It's a football in 90. You want fresh got on the show? Profound Ministry, you want to join us? So like you know the thing. It's a Mikhail on the Friday she show up. Yeah, man, I think it is kind of disingenuous to compare RSPL with the England League. No, so that it can't work. We're not do justice when we do that. All right. So Chris has saying my friend who play USL also, and he said it's a cakewalk. The man says some baller from Spain and Eastern Europe that playing non-league football in England. He said don't know how the man them to make it. Oh, me if you pin the link now. Yeah, man. Mikhail ever remind me of that, you know, because I have to end up. I feel send it again. Don't. Other details, welcome, man. You know, I'm gonna put up a disclaimer to people.
Big up, coach.
Anybody will come on the panel have to turn on their video for the first section, so we know who are coming on in the. We have a back room or a waiting room. We can see who the people that are coming on, because sometimes there are some unscrupulous individuals who try to get on the live. You know what I mean? So for persons who are coming on, we know some of them probably not gonna like that. But if I know the name and you are a regular to the panel, I might give you a lie. But going forward, we need to do that, people, because something. yeah, Raymond said he's doing an investigation tonight, so we need to turn on. So all the details, turn on the camera. Yeah, man, the camera they need to turn on. Mike Play 82, welcome. I said all the details run. We know him still enough. Football in 90, camera up. Hey, Michael, you have been doing a good job, you know. You know you deserve a moderation role. So here we have to do to get that spanner. You have to comment on one of the videos that are on the coach's desk. And if it is the same name you're using, which is Michael, then easily we can see it and just add you. You know what I mean? So that's how you become one. Ever Fresh Campbell said Whitmore is a good coach and can take the team to further heights. Yeah, man. Reggae boys, Jeff Myers, behave yourself. Yeah, spit out some information. So, Burrell don't want to be a moderator. As me say, no, people, if you want to be a moderator, once you comment on any of the videos and I recognize the name, and I know that you're always on in the stream, then definitely I'll just turn you into a moderator. You would have deserved the blue spanner. Michael, Football in 90. All the details. Turn on your camera, please. All right. I'm going to remove Football 90 until him turn on him camera. Michael, welcome to the show, man. I saw you were missing yesterday.
Yeah, well, I showed up and I didn't see anybody, so I went and did something else.
we were a bit late last night because of I had an event from morning till evening, and I was rushing, and I couldn't make it for the 7. So that's the reason why I wasn't on at 7. But we came on at 8, and the show was excellent as usual. Yeah, man. So what say you in terms of the talented footballer should be nurtured rather than hyped up? Sports to the bone. Big up yourself. Welcome to the show. People, go over to Sports to the Bone YouTube channel. Check him out. If you want to know about the cricket, anything cricket, well, he does all sports as well, but mainly cricket. If you want to know anything about cricket, keep up to date with the cricketing cricket that is happening right across the globe. That's the channel to go on. Yeah, man. Yeah, Michael, you were saying.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with hyping to a certain degree, but you hype if you have a sort of a pathway that keeps the players grounded. So for instance, if you have like the club systems that you have in Europe, a lot of players get hyped through that as well. But if you don't deliver, guess what? You just get shipped out and you end up in a lower league. So it should be the same sort of thing here. You can hype a player all you want, but if they're not performing, they're just not performing.
Yeah, and one of the thing that they use to hype up the young players also is that if the coach probably don't start that player or take off that player in a game, there's a lot of commotion, that this player should be on the field of play. And sometimes it doesn't go well on the coach's side. So that's basically what we want to touch in terms of that. So like a young player, for example, Jordan Fisher, we can use that as an example. He was doing well at the schoolboy football level. Coach Tapper Whitmore would have drafted him in the team as a youngster. And then you know, he tried to get him to play, but he realized that he was getting, you know, a little bit weighty, and he told him that he needs to sort out stuff. And I mean, he got a lot of backlash because he actually dropped him. So what can these talented youngsters do, in essence, to not fall prey to some of these things? Because most of them they're from inner city communities, and
that goes right back though to what we were talking about with player development. You have to have a player development pathway, and it's not the responsibility of the national program to do that. That's a club function. The fact that we don't really have not competitive, professional clubs is a big detriment to the players, you know, and we end up with sort of three paths left to the Jamaican player. The first path is they leave school and try to latch on with a club while, you know, trying to maintain themselves with a job. You're not going to go far that route. You know, the chance of somebody succeeding along that line is very, very low. Second part is a club sees enough value, potential value, and will support the player, you know. But how many of our clubs have that ability, or, you know, our facilities? Some of the academies might, but that's really it. And then the third one is they get linked to a club or academy system overseas that does develop players, and, you know, they go through that way. I suggested a few weeks ago that our club should be looking to creating agreements with professional clubs overseas, where they act as a referral source for young talent, and I think that would probably be the best pathway if the clubs do it. I remember at one point, Harborview used to have that with Bolton, for instance.
Hey, Michael.
Yes.
I'd like to challenge that theory a little bit, and here's why. Right.
Welcome, J Webb. Welcome, J Webb.
All right. So as you can see, a Liverpool shirt, and me and nowadays Liverpool fan, right? Me I watch Liverpool from John Barnes up, Peter Beardsley, Ian Rush, from before Man U start win title. So me I watch Liverpool from the power perch.
Before tears start come on my face.
Yeah, my age started at 4 and I'm a big man.
I'm say Marlon and I Man U shirt now, so you're outnumbered, you know. So.
But all right, but you me I said Michael, you me I got challenge a point. You see, given that the JFF always a scream and a ball and I say we don't have no money and all of that, I think the honest actually is on the JFF to produce a few academies across the island to develop said players, right? We need a different model in terms of player development. The Red Stripe Premier League is, I don't even want to call it a league. It's more like a corner league. So you're not going to get a lot of player development there from those clubs. So we need something on the island. So I think the model needs to be where JFF now is developing players at the youth level, right? We're talking about from the ages of 8, 9, 10, all the way up through, say, 15, and then look to push those clubs into academies across the globe for them to go further, you know, for them to be further on in their development and then bring back the finished product. I don't think any, aside from very few clubs or few academies in Jamaica, we're going to be developing players at that level. So we need to put a model in place that is specifically designed to develop the players at that age.
I wouldn't disagree in principle, but I look at the cost of doing that. I have some experience with it from the Canadian standpoint, where that's pretty much been the model here from ever since. And it's damned expensive. One, and two, you miss too many players. Canada has consistently had their best player not come through their system at all, because the system was just so poor, and it was a system run by the soccer association. So the soccer associations ran. Well, I can speak for Ontario, where I am. We have the province divided up into 21 districts. Those 21 districts make up 5 regions. And we have a system where at age 12, we start identifying and having various tournaments to select players and move them up from the district level to the regional level to the provincial level. And we'd end up, and Ontario's provincial teams dominate. Yet with all of that, the best players every year are the players whose parents ship them out of the country, got them into an academy somewhere in Europe or South America, and they progress through the system and have now reached like under 20, under 23, and then they ask to come back and trial, and they're way better than anything we produce.
So what I'm saying is it's basically the same thing, right? But I'm saying that Jamaica should essentially put together, I think they need at least 3 strategic academies across the island, right? In a each, what do I call it? Cornwall, Middlesex, sorry. So what you call them there again? And a parish them are county. Like, what them name? Yeah. Right. So and not only that, right? But we need not to look at it from a cost standpoint, but from an investment standpoint, right? So we need to invest in the sporting structure in the country, right? So the JFF need to be holding competitions across the island so that they're not missing out on any of these players, right? They can't rely on Digicel Football League to pick up them players. That's not going to happen. They need to organize tournaments, not necessarily schoolboy football tournaments that run the breadth, of the year, but 2 or 3 tournaments throughout the year, and then have the best of the best play, and then bring them into the academy. And as I say, it's not a cost-based model, right? It's an investment. So within that system, we need to have agents who are actively shopping these players to European teams, and the funds that come back from that is reinvested into the player development pool.
All right.
We have to do things different.
Yeah, Marlon, even.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Welcome to Bertram.
Cronky out. I'll say it now.
Good evening.
This thing, you have a point, right? But like player development comes from within the club, right? So, for instance, you look like what more right now.
Your line seem bad, Marlon.
Right? 2 years per league. They start the academy. Let me get back in, coach. Let me leave and come back in.
Yeah, man. So, Bertram, what say you on this topic?
So the model that we're alluding to, where you have development of youngsters, is being employed in Africa currently. I think they have it in wherever Michael is here from, in Ghana. There's a few countries in Africa that have the model, but these are the private organizations who run these models. And as Marlon alluded to, the model is based on profiting from, you have an academy, you bring young players in, you develop them, and you ship them out to different parts of the world. Mainly the focus over is on Europe, where you can maximize your return on your investment. And that model seems, they commenced it a little while now, and it's now putting out players. So, look, I think FAs are supposed to be very focused on developing soccer or football in their country. And that means bringing through players. And you can see the FA in England, for example, they get, I think it's 5% of revenues are supposed to get 5% of revenues from the Premier League, which then distributed down to the various leagues, including grassroots football, right? Doesn't really work as designed, but the concept is a good one. And the question for us is, as we talked about yesterday, which is, do we have the resources to really put a structure in place, one that's sustainable. And you need resources to do it. You need people who are committed to do it. You need resources to do it. And also you need to get rid of a lot of the noise which you normally get. Because if you start doing this, people are going to talk about exploitation and all of that. But you have to have a model which is going to allow you to bring through players, not just to supplement or to get them involved in the national team, but just for their own development and as a vocation for some of them. And as you alluded to earlier, which is a lot of players come from the inner city and they don't get the training at a very early age what academies provide to you, whether it's media training, school, whatever it entails for you to be a well-rounded individual. They don't get that support. They don't have that support system. So when they get at a certain level, professionals you expect them to demonstrate is not reflected, right? And so they struggle because that's not what they're used to.
Sorry, Michael, you made a beautiful point there, because in the whole grand scheme of things, it's not only about their talent in terms of their physical talent of what they do on the field of play, because you have another aspect to the player, communication, as you said, how they deal with other stuff. There's some etiquette, you know what I mean, that will help them in becoming better players as well. So that's a good point that you made. I had to stop you and make mention of it. Continue.
No, it's a big issue because I used to help to run a league in Brooklyn, right? We used to have what we call the Caribbean Cup. We bring players up from the Caribbean, also from Jamaica. Some may play nationally, and some may play, very good in schoolboy football. In English, who died more recently, was part of that group. And I can tell you, I told them, I'm not getting involved, guys. The behavior was beyond reprehensible.
Exactly.
Not everyone, but in a lot of instances. And you get to the point where you don't want to be dealing with people who don't have I wouldn't even call it professionalism, because it doesn't even get to that level, right? Because we weren't necessarily paying people to play football. They got compensation if we won the tournament. But it was very hard to deal with them because they don't know how to engage, they don't know how to communicate, they don't know how to de-escalate situations. It was always confrontational behavior, which made it very challenging to engage them. So I think the whole concept of what you're trying to put together has to be holistic, not just from the football and improving the person's technical capabilities. It has to be the holistic human being, almost every aspect of their life. How they use their finances, how they communicate, how they engage, their learnings. It has to be the whole rounded person, not just focus on what you can get from their playing ability.
Bertrand, can I interject once again? I think you're absolutely right. It needs to be a holistic, I'd say, a holistic view of the player, right? But to do that, given the social ills in the island, isn't it better to have the said players essentially living together, getting them used to, regiments, different training regiments, getting them acclimated to professional climate, things like that. I think it helps the players when they're outside of their, everyday normal home environment to develop these soft skills that they don't have. And I'm speaking from experience.
Sorry, Jerry Webb, I want to butt in again. Just remember what the point you're making. Very good point you're making again, because it will definitely be a tug of war. Because if they come to the system for the daily sessions, they leave to go back home or in their social setting, it will definitely bring them back from what they were taught in the academies, and then it will be a constant tug of war rather than having them in a particular place, so that they will not be going against the norms of the institution. So that's a very good point. Continue.
But that is precisely what a club academy is. Remember, when a professional club signs a youngster to a contract, a youth contract, because it as a youth, you can't sign them to a binding legal contract. But what they do is they basically said, we will take care of your upbringing. They provide education, school education. They provide social and psychological education. They provide support to the families to ensure that this youngster, that they're going to, I can't speak for numbers all around the world. But I remember at one point I was dealing with the head of the Everton Academy, a guy named Tosh Farrell, and he was presenting to us what it cost them, Everton, to develop one player. And this is the guy who basically brought Wayne Rooney, right? And he said, for them, they will go to 50,000 players to offer a contract to one. They view as many over a period of a year as 50,000 players to pick one to offer this space in the academy. And from age 8, when they start offering them, through to 16. At 16, he's expected every year to turn out one player for consideration into the full Everton squad. They will spend close to 1.2 million pounds on that player over that period of time, right? That's what a professional club does. But they're doing this with the expectation that of that, for instance, an under 20 team that they have, squad that they have, they will sell 2 of those players for in excess of 5 million pounds each. And it's that keeps that professional club academy going. So when we're talking about the government doing it, I hate to say it, but the JFF no. The JFF will look at those numbers and say, hell no, and just leave town, right? The JFF is not touching that. The government might touch it, but again, we have to find how do you sell that to the government? You see what I'm saying? I mean, just looking at it, you say, yeah, man, we'll turn out 2 or 3 Leons, and that's 50 million pounds coming in a year, 50 million euros. It's worth it. Yeah, but it'll take you 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years to get that system to the point where you turn out the first player. Who's going to cover that cost in that period of time? Where it's
that's why I said it's an investment.
I know it's an investment, but I'm saying is who is going to invest it? Our governments, what they tell us. I mean, we can't even get them to pay for flipping boots for players. How the hell are they going to pay for this?
I mean, I agree
Michael,
that the government is sticky with funds. Let me back up. Go ahead, sir. Pardon me.
Okay.
Marlon, go ahead.
The point that Michael is making, academy is a partially an investment, because it's not a given that you will get all the person in the academy go professional, right? So if you have, put your example, you have 100% in an academy, right? You're probably looking at least 10% of them to go pro. So if you can get 10% go pro, and you can, so you spend 5 million US, and you can get to make back at least a 7.5, right? So you're making basically making back 100%. So you're making 150% on your investment. So you're gonna filter that money now, filter that 500,000, that 5 million you spent already back in the academy to try if you can get 20 or another 100. So it's not a given, because I've been to Brazil. Atlético Paranaense has one of the biggest academy in Brazil, where they start from age 6 up to 18. And when you see what they do there, most of the players there that play for the senior team, they don't come from the academy. Most of the players, they go 16, they end up probably go Sao Paulo, International, Grêmio. So it's basically an investment.
Yeah,
all right, Marlon.
If you look in the British leagues, for instance, you have some clubs that will never win the leagues, and then you ask yourself why they still play. They play because they're profitable. They play because they have academy, and that academy constantly. You look at the Premiership. I guarantee you, there are 5 clubs that their players play in the Premiership, and they'll never win for years.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you have feeder clubs. Southampton being the biggest feeder club.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But what I'm saying is, for the academies to be successful at the club level, or for us to be developing players really at the club level, we need real clubs. And aside from the likes of you know, Mona and one and two other club. They're not really professional clubs in Jamaica, so that side of it is not going. They're not even paying the professional players a commensurate salary. So we're going to talk about them developing academies. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So that investment has to come from somewhere else.
Outside sources or inside big investor.
Joe, look,
Marlon, I break up again.
Who came? No, I said, look what Mount Pleasant has done in the 2 years they have come in the Premiership, right? You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what they have done, because remember, Peter Gould is investing millions, right? And he's taking a big gamble.
That's the point we're making, Marlon, is that outside investors or someone inside the country would have to come on board to invest in an institution like an academy so that it can do what an academy should be doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to throw this out then. If we're going to say that the JFF needs to take the lead on this, what the JFF needs to do is try to create a system that will guarantee financial viability for such institutions. For instance, we have a league here where half of the team, the top league, most of the teams are in Kingston. But Kingston and St. Andrew don't have enough people to support all these teams. If you want to make it financially viable for clubs, the governing body is going to have to sort of look and say, okay, we can only have so many of these clubs and they will play the league. And that's all there is to it. And they will determine which areas they play in. And if they're strong enough to do something like this and get the backing of club owners, you might be able to generate a small enough group of clubs that can secure financial viability, either through having a serious owner or not. You look at MLS. MLS is not really it's not really a league, but it's there and it's come up from little or nothing. But we would look at it and say that. But the reality is it exists because one mega billionaire spoke to 5 of his mega billionaire friends and said, let's put together a league. I really love soccer and I would love to see it flourish. And the 6 of them built a league, you know, but they invested $1 billion each. Do we have billionaires? Do we have
panelists? That's where I want to come in, Michael.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where
Hold
I
on,
want to come in.
before you come in, all the details. Before you come in, one thing you have to take into consideration also, you know, Michael, Bertram, Marlon, and J Webb, all the details. Is it, I know that we have a wealth of talent here in terms of football and prowess, but is it a case where because of our, we'd call it now, social setting, because of the type of people we are seen to be, that investors don't want to come because they don't see where football in Jamaica will give them a big return back on their investment?
Cool. Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Cool.
Go ahead.
Let me answer that. If that's how they're viewing it, again, the way how they're looking at the business model is wrong, right? So if they're looking that they're going to invest the money and pull the money out of Jamaica, then that's the wrong outlook. You have to invest the money.
But it's hypothetical. It was a hypothetical statement from me, no.
No,
yeah.
So what I'm saying is Jamaica simply don't have the resource for them and they put in that money and then the league itself generate the money and give it back to them. The likelihood of that happening is very, very, very slim, right? But there's
I go against that point, guys. I go against that point. How many of the panelists and the viewers tonight know of Newell's Boys Bowl? Newell's Boys Bowl.
Let me finish that second and then.
Yeah, let him finish.
Okay.
I'm about to say something adjacent to what Michael said, right? And it may go panel, but we might drop off. But we might want structure the league, Jamaica itself, because JFF at some point have to go take the lead. So right, so they might need to structure the league in a way that that the JFF is taking the lead on in terms of player development, and essentially helping to develop the players across all teams, right? With the outlook that when these players are sold, a portion of that revenue is coming not only to the club but back to JFF for the investment they made. Again, we need to think outside of the box, because what they have been doing is not working, and it hasn't. Aside from '98 when it happened by Buck Up or we go, it's not working. So with that need to scrap, and a whole plan need to be put in place.
I'm not sure you guys heard what the coach just said a while ago. His comment was, does the social construct, infrastructure, the way people behave and operate, is a deterrent for investors to invest in something like this? And if you think it's not, you are crazy. The first thing you think about as a human being is your safety, fundamental. It supersedes everything else.
Self-preservation.
Exactly. So if you can't be comfortable where you're investing, to be there, to engage, to manage your investment, it makes no sense. And this whole concept also about, I can't take money out of my investment. It's not an investment, then what is it? It's a charity.
No, Michael, I think you're missing. I think you're missing the point. I'm not saying that they can't take money out of their investment. What I'm saying is that the way how they're going to see a return on their investment is not from Jamaica itself. You know, the people of Jamaica watching the league and spending a ton of money in the league and them reaping investments that way. The likelihood of that happening is very slim. Their investments will be reaped from the players that they sell abroad. Right? And again, one more thing to touch on a point about, you know, investment and people investing in the country and wanting to be where their investment is. Have you ever looked on the North Coast? You see how many hotels are going up and down on the North Coast, left and right? How many of those people you think live in Jamaica?
Who are those investors?
Exactly. They don't live in Jamaica.
For example, where the Chinese invest, they don't care where they put their money. They don't care about your government. They don't care about crime. There's a difference. People like myself are not investing in Jamaica. I'm telling you, I have tons of friends. We're not investing in Jamaica. We got to be safe. We go to Florida to live. We buy property in Florida. We buy property.
That's what I'm saying.
To speak.
But some people do. Go ahead.
Absolutely, please.
Thank you. So what I think we're moving between is the business of football and the history of playing football in Jamaica. Now, Jamaica has a absolutely poor record when it comes to the business of football. Why am I saying that, panelists and viewers? Deon Burton, I think, was sold for £300,000 coming out of the 98 World Cup. Panelists can confirm that from Harborview into the English League.
You're talking about Ricardo.
$1 million.
He was sold for £1 million to Bolton. £1 million to Bolton.
All right, and that's what I want to mention. The business of football. The business of football is a business of CEOs and financiers and investors. It's totally different from what we do in Jamaica in terms of our football program. So what we've been highlighting in terms of Michael and Bertram and other panelists is that we need greater investment. What I want to speak about is the FA's role. The FA's role is to facilitate investment in football in England. The JFF is not set up to facilitate investment in football. And I think all of us are contributing extremely good points. Yes, we do need academies. Yes, we do need to have the development of the players happening in the leagues and the clubs. The reason that is so is because that statement about the government taking a share of clubs who sell players after development, I wouldn't say it's not possible. I just don't think it's necessary. The reason I'm saying so, it's because in England, if a club is not being administrated properly, the FA can make recommendations for a new owner to become the owner of Harborview or the new owner for Arnett Garden. Now, in terms of what you said earlier, Coach, you're 100% right in saying our social setting, this badman thing and this Michael Leachin can buy a football club because, you know, it's a matter of intimidation and in garrison communities. That's what we need to fix. So our social setting in terms of how we relate to persons and how the security systems actually facilitate investment in football is something that we seriously need to take a look at. So you're on the ball coaching saying our social setting is a big problem.
I like that point. That's kind of what I was trying to allude to earlier when I said the JFF, if they're serious, their job is to determine what should be clubs set up, and where they should exist. Because you can't have a club just because a guy say he have money. You have to have a club where it makes sense in terms of the draw of players. So say for instance, right now, if I'm going to build a club, if I'm going to invest in football in Jamaica, the first thing I need to know is where can I put a stadium where I can make money, right? Okay, so I make that decision. So I say I'm looking at that. How many places in Jamaica really have the infrastructure in place where you can build a stadium? Not too many. So we have all of those issues. This is why I said it's a bigger thing than just JFF need to invest. Government need to be on board. JFF need to be on board.
Yeah,
but Michael,
Michael, I don't think that it is the government's responsibility.
No, it's not their responsibility, but to
interfere with football.
No, not to interfere, but they still need to be part of whatever plan is going on. Because, say, for instance, the JFF determined 6 or 7 locations that they believe are crucial to the development of the sport and require facility, right? But there's no road.
But as you rightfully say, there should be academies, there should be development for these players. But after development, what will occur? These players are not going to stay in the league to impact the league. They are going to be exported. So therein lies another problem.
But you need them to be exported. Why?
I know.
They need to be exported for them to get development, but also for funds to come back to develop the next set.
I know. At the same time, it will not uplift the league that is going to be played in the country. The better players are leaving.
How about we change the owners, coach?
One person.
How about we change the owners of the football clubs in Jamaica? Because one of the things I've found is that the understanding surrounding football, it is almost like an oligarchy. It's impossible for the idea to be put out there that Bertram, who possibly is a billionaire, wants to buy a football club in Jamaica.
Wanna hear that?
Bertram, we gotta.
He's talking about Jamaican dollars. He's talking about Jamaican dollars.
well, Bertram, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the business of football. Would it be feasible for us to look at different owners for the clubs in Jamaica? Because I think we have highly wealthy Jamaicans in our diaspora, but I don't think the JFF, and I have to put this at the foot of the JFF. Let me tell you why. It is the FA who is responsible for approving the owner of a club. So when the gentleman from Russia wanted to buy Chelsea, the FA looked at his proposal and said, yes, you are a suitable person for purchasing, but more importantly, doing a panelist, the FA said to the previous owner that it had to be sold. And that is where I'm wanting panelist feedback. What can be done about the ownership of the Premier League clubs in Jamaica?
You lost me with that example. I'm sorry. I'll just say this. You lost me that example. That example is a really bad example. Abramovich got his money by illicit means and should not be a Premier League owner. I'll just say
that's exactly the role of the JFF. Look at a person like Michael Leachin. We all can agree that Michael Leachin should have enough money to own a football team in Jamaica. And if you look at the development of football in China, it started out with businesses owning clubs. And if you look at Japan, it's the same thing. So we need to look at the ownership of who is investing. And I don't believe that illicit and illegal person should be the owners of the clubs, but I don't think we know who is responsible for a lot of these clubs. We know them probably.
Sometimes some other details. Sometimes there's a difference, because oftentimes these football clubs are started in a community, and that poses a challenge with the federation, because we some persons amalgamate and they come together, a consortium of people, and they put together some bylaws, they register the club, going through the right channel, and they start to they register to play for D1, D2, D3, and they come right up to they qualify for Major League and all of that. How do you tell that or those owners of the club that they did not do it the correct way and they should not be the owners of the club? So because of how Jamaica is run, then we are this thing is going to be a recurring decimal.
Well, I think the burden is on financial regulation, because what was just said a while ago by your coach screamed to me that the absence of any financial statements will leave us at a place where we don't know which club is bankrupt and in need of a new investor, and which club is actually doing well. So there's a need for business. So there's a need for a discussion about the business side of football in Jamaica, because if we want him to sell £5 million players that are 18-year-old to fix the problem in Jamaica, we're going to need to invest at least $2 million, which is not the government, but we need to have investors. And to facilitate those investors to, as persons on the panel say, feel safe investing that money.
And is there a system put in place to audit these clubs to find out what they're doing and all of these things?
Well, this is a big part of the problem, because I mean, this is not first off, we must recognize this is not a Jamaica only problem, right? It's not. You know, again, speaking to Canada, same thing was going on here. We had all our clubs were, you know, basically not-for-profit youth clubs, right? The federation had no business in their finances whatsoever. So when we start talking about creating football players out of these clubs, the clubs are saying, for what? We can't make any money out of it, so we're not doing it.
and Michael, is it that's the reason, the specific reason they register it as a non-profit?
No, it's just because what had happened, it traditionally had been done so because they were community-based clubs, right? Or they were clubs formed by people, in Canada's case, a lot of migrants. So a group of Jamaicans, for instance, would form their own little club, and they call it Antrim, because they went to Excelsior. And guess what? So Antrim Club is there. And we have a bunch of these little clubs. I mean, in Toronto alone, we have a club for every Philippine Portuguese club that exists. There's a club registered here. So you have this big mass of all these little clubs who all want to play, right? And none of them financially viable. So 1 year they're in the league, the next year they can't afford to be in the league. And it was causing all sorts of hell. So the federation said, okay, let us try and create a club structure, and you have to maintain these standards. And we finally put it in place. But the backlash, honestly, man, I mean, it's serious. And I'm saying, if we had that here where people are, you know, very law-abiding, are you going to try to do that in Jamaica? Man, so two gunshots won't reach you, man. I hate to say it, but that's I think, I seriously suspect that the GFF is afraid. Because I'm sure they know what needs to be done. I just think they're afraid to do it.
Honestly, I don't think they're afraid to do it. I think they like the chaos. Personally, that's what I think. Information is a currency, and the JFF does not trade in that currency. The lack of transparency is there for a specific purpose. I'll leave it at that.
I will throw in the room that you see, if the Premier League had a CEO of the Premier League, and I believe the possibility is, but one that more is this point about not-for-profit and for-profit. I think that's really the switch, coach, that if we hit that switch, we'll start to see amazing things start to happen in terms of football in Jamaica. Because the understanding I'm getting from speaking with everyone on the panelists that we're all partaking in a not-for-profit football league.
I think that has to do with the
they're basically all private entities. They're not entities. They're not public bodies that are required to report to And an interesting thing I want to mention additionally is I recently learned about how Real Madrid is set up administratively. They have, I think, over 50,000 members who pay dues every year, and they are the owners of Real Madrid. And I think that's a very interesting model to explore in Jamaica. So that's my two cents.
But the thing in Jamaica too, you know, in terms of, I know when it comes on to dues, you will start out for the first quarter and the dues are run. And then all of a sudden things get slack up and then things just get derailed because we have a tendency to start something very good. You know? Like when you light a fire with bamboo, you're blazing early out, but at the end of it, it just out of flame pretty quick. Let us jump through some of the comments in the comment section because I see some interesting things coming out in the comment section. Mikhail said audited financials are important. Yes, and Kurt Steele is saying that 3/4 of the Premier League clubs are part owned by Jamaican politicians who have to bail out Jamaican football. Is that a fact, Kurt Steele? And Karum, welcome. He's saying that with Walter Boy, JFF could have intervened. I think he's referring to the topic at hand where talented footballers are praised rather than guided. Look at Walter Boyd in terms of that because he was one of our, I believe, up to now, one of our most talented footballer who could have reached further than he did. You know what I mean? Jamaican LOL said people in Jamaica don't support club football the real way. That's one of the big problems. I tend to agree with that comment. And the Formula Sport is saying the entire structure of football in Jamaica needs to be restructured. That is something that we could take a look on, gentlemen. Mikel is saying that Mike Henry owns Umberlion FC and Mark Golding is part owner of Arnett Gardens. Interesting thing. Kurt Steele is also saying that audit coach, half of these clubs have no procurement. And these are some big issues. Very, very, very big issues. Johnny Paul said, we want some system in place in Jamaica for all those talent that comes up through high school not to go to waste. How do we tackle that one, gentlemen? From Johnny Powell.
Coach, I think, I don't know if you guys are going to share the same view that I share. I think our way to develop the game better in Jamaica is going franchising teams. So that way, in each county, you end up with probably 2 or 3 sides. So we can even try to model the MLS system. If we can get an investor to invest in the league, right? And you're gonna have person. All right. So we have teams. Majority of the teams are in Kingston. At least 6 or 7 teams in Kingston, right? So we'll have to say, all right, we're gonna carry the league to 16 teams. So you need to get a team in St. James. So you're gonna try to reach out to Hanover, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland. Then you have Clarendon, Manchester. If you look at it in the country, there's only 4 parishes that are Premier League side: St. Anne, St. Catherine, Clarendon, and St. Andrew.
Right. So
on the eastern end, there's nobody there. Because on Sunday daytime, I'm in St. Anne. On Sunday daytime, people coming from Manteca Bay to Jacksaw, people coming from Portland, St. Thomas to watch Mount Pleasant. So imagine if you had persons, teams, the teams are spread out in all these areas. You get a bit better support. So I think franchising is a better way to go. Because guess what, when you have players leaving high school, for instance, you get the top 50 players from Money Cup and D Cup, and you put them in a draft system and bring them to these clubs, and you mandate these clubs. So guess what? You have to use these players, right? But even what I see what they're trying to do now for the new PFAJ, they're saying that you have to have used at least 8 players in your squad under 21. So that's basically a part of development same way. So if you can get these players drafted in the squad, you develop them. So it enhances the program going forward. and that's a better structure. I don't know what you guys think about that.
If I might step in a little bit.
Welcome, Devon, to the show.
Yeah, man. I've been
But,
here.
let me make this point before you come in, Devon, because I don't want to forget. It's coming off the point that Marlon is saying, and I think I saw Mikhail made mention of it in the comment section. Years ago, they tried to implement, and one person who was actually leading that was Orville Powell from Montego Bay United, stating that a franchise system could work and assist in Jamaica's youngsters and football development. But my drawback to that is that after having Arnett Garden now, a Harbour View, a Tivoli Gardens, a Portmore United to a lesser extent, these clubs that are established already, how are we going to now tell them to amalgamate, get together, and start? Because many of these clubs, it brings some sort of, we'd call it now, jobs for some of the community members. And if these things happen, how would they be a part of the system going forward? So that's really a question I would want to ask. Devon, you can come in now and share your views on the matter.
Kevin, you gotta remember that football in the olden days was community-based football, even in England and Germany, until you start attracting big investors coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Say, for instance, Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg was a community-based football team. Now it's owned by Volkswagen. And this is why I had recommended to the previous administration that we need to scrap the current system, because first of all, there's too many teams in one location, like the corporate area. There's too many teams. So I have suggested that they go to the parish system. There's 14 parishes in Jamaica. The two biggest entity is Montego Bay, St. James, Kingston, St. Andrew. So now there is your 16-tier team. Now what you need to do in the parish is that you get the big companies to buy into the teams. And the big companies, it doesn't have to be one. It can be 5 different companies coming together to own a team. And when they own the team, they set up their board of directors, their CEO, and have everything structured. So when you look at generating revenue through fans, through crowd, at a Kingston and St. Andrew derby on a Sunday evening in the National Stadium is gonna garner 25,000 people. 20 to 25,000 people. Gone are the days when you collect money at the gate. The JFF need to implement a system where they set up a ticket office, like a ticket master, like what's going on in North America, where people acquire their ticket before match day. So you actually know how much revenue you're generating from the gate before a ball is even kicked. Whatever ticket is not sold before game day, you can bring those tickets to the stadium and sell those tickets for people who didn't get to go to the ticket office or go online and buy their tickets. And I can tell you they will generate money from that. In terms of investing, the businesses are the private sector, they are making a lot of money, and they can use it as a tax write-off as well. And you'll have a more structured system. But I mean, the current system is that you have Arnett Garden down there, you have Waterhouse down there, you have Harbour View, and on a Sunday, when you look at it, you have 1,500 people at Arnett, 2,000 people at at Waterhouse, 4,000 or 3,000 people at Harborview, which is one of the biggest stadiums. If you can get all those fan base together to support a Kingston team or a St. Andrew team, then you're starting somewhere. And then when this is happening, the clubs outside, like the MLS, will buy into clubs in Jamaica. Just like how the English club is buying into MLS. And they're using MLS as a pathway for developed players to get into the Premier League.
Right. So the link.
So Devon, it seems like you want to create a super league, and then you're displaced. No, listen, hear me out, because I think what the coach mentioned this before, which is, so you're going to displace the Arnett Gardens, the Waterhouses. What happened to those teams going forward? They're community-based teams. They are fans of those communities. It's been their long-term existence. What happened to those teams now, given that you're not creating? I'm going to call it a super league because you say all 14 parishes.
Well, Bertram, if they want to come together and buy into an entity, they can come together and buy into an entity and invest their money into an entity. But I am not saying that we're gonna basically take the football out of the community, because now we're looking at training grounds. They're playing and training on the same surface, and it's as hard as a rock, and it's have dirt patch. The Kingston team can rotate around the communities and have their training sessions. Like Monday they can train at Arnett Garden, and you still can have, so you're intertwining with the communities to bring a oneness.
But what I'm gathering from this bit of information, what I'm gathering is that, and a lot of us have been saying it for quite some time now, that our football is like 50 years ago. Because if we're still in the community football setting and the people are doing big investment and all of that franchise system, then we're way back in football.
And I tell you something, Kevin. And I tell you something. And I tell you something, Kevin. For the beginning of it, you might come under backlash, because people is gonna browse and says, okay, they're taking away the football, but when they see things start working, they're gonna gravitate to what's going on.
Yeah, because people don't readily accept change.
But if you don't take that stance and make that first step, 20 years we'll be here discussing the same thing.
Coach, I don't disagree with it. Look, change. The only thing
can I expand on Devon's point? Well,
hold on. Bertram is talking. After him.
Yeah, cool. Look, Devon, I don't disagree. The idea to me is somewhat radical, because these communities like Harborview have had teams for years.
Yeah,
I used to live in Harborview. It's going to be very difficult at Harborview. You no longer have your football team. You're part of this collective. You're part of this conglomerate, right? You're not part of the corporate area team. I don't know how those communities would receive that. I don't disagree that radical change is needed. I think we should mute our phones if we're not speaking. I try to do that. They're getting feedback.
Yeah.
But I do think, Devon, it's a radical idea and it's hard to digest. I'm telling you, I said Super League for a reason. Look at the analogy, right? You're changing the structure. You're displacing those teams who are local. You're creating a behemoth of a league with 14 parishes, maybe 16 teams. It's a whole different construct. And you're telling me I should support the community team when I don't feel part of the larger corporate area. I feel part of Olympic Gardens or Harborview or Waterhouse. That's my affiliation. That's who I'm associated with. That's where I've built that brand I've loved all these years, not some Kingston or something St. Andrew. So I don't disagree that the change is needed. The question is, how receptive would people be to the change?
And if you wanna please them, what you can do is that you use Harborview, you use Arnett Garden as a youth development system to develop players to get into the top league. So you're still not taking away the football. You're still not taking away the football from the community, because you're using it as youth development. You're playing your under 12s, your under 16s, your under 18s. So you're still utilizing the community and have them involved.
Can I join in?
Yeah,
I think there's probably a different way to tweak it, Devin. Right? Essentially, scrapping them. I think what really needs to happen is the quote unquote version of a Super League or some version of it should be created, right? Not displacing the local teams. But what should happen in the long run is those well-developed teams should push those teams down into a second tier and let them fight to try and come back up in a relegation type deal, right? And for them to get back up into the Premier League, they themselves will have to change their structure and become a whole lot more professional and run differently to rise back up into the league and compete at the highest level in Jamaica, that is.
Good
Mr.
idea.
Porter. Mr. Porter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good night.
Night,
Much
sir.
respect from Formula Sports. To build off your point, you have a good point, but I want to put something out there and see if you guys see the sense in it, right? The way how I see it, what you're saying can work, but I'm looking at things it working from a little different perspective. Couldn't we have a system in place where all the teams, right? Say for instance, the Waterhouse is the Harbour View, right? And I don't know if you guys would agree with this. All of them can set a bomb and play like we have a Super Sunday every Sunday. And all of them set a bomb and play in the National Stadium, have back-to-back games in the National Stadium. I don't know if you guys, so we have the stadium is being expanded now, but currently it's 30,000. And we have
like also,
like triple headers where we can have like the JUTC partner with the league and shuttle bus the fans from the respective communities. The JUTC can become a sponsor of the league and shuttle bus the fans from the respective communities to the National Stadium, and they can have a good evening tonight worth of good football where we have 3, 4, 5 matches taking place at the National Stadium or at Catherine Hall there in Montego Bay or Sabina Park or wherever, you know, to just a tweak in terms of what you're saying, because what you're saying, you know, Mr. Porter, you know, it is ideal, you know, it is not foolish. You're talking a big point you're making, Mr. Porter. But as the gentleman said, man, to implement that is a whole heap of fight you would get. Whole heap of fight, man. Whole heap of fight. It may not think that would have worked, sadly. So I don't know what you gentlemen think about that.
All right, while they think, I'm just going to run through
at the same time, you know.
Hold on, J Web. Just remember what you're gonna say. I'm just gonna run through a few of the comments because we have to keep these persons in the chat room also involved. All right. So Mark Plunkett on screen said we can still have the clubs, but I prefer to build the infrastructure instead. Turn those dirt fields into astroturfs in more durable, better stands, etc. Can't close down those clubs. So he's essentially saying that he's not into the whole almal, that big word, yeah. Now, Paul is saying, I have a question as an international businessman, and this is very specific now, people. Let me put it on screen. Why would I invest in such a small market? The returns will not be there.
Fox.
And this is very, very critical, gentlemen.
I can take a shot at that, coach.
Yeah, man, you're gonna take a shot. I'm gonna leave that one on screen, but let me read through a few more. Now, Michael Alice is saying it's as simple as this. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result each time is insanity. Bad Gaza said that will never happen. They will not change it. Formula Sports, you're getting big up from Mikhail. Premier League is not Jamaican football problem. The aim is youth development and export of the youngsters through sales. If you look at the Mount Pleasant, the big investment in youth is with the aim that one day he will get a couple of millions from them. Yes, and I think that's what the team down here in Sentan is actually looking for. Karoom is saying we did we started a small franchise system in the Caribbean where we did have 2 Kingston line, and the next team from the western end on start out well, but just die sudden death. And this is an experienced person who is talking where that is concerned. Kurt Steele is saying, just one more, this is the last one, and so we can get that one on the screen. Red Stripe being the major sponsor and the winner of the league, only getting $1 million to share for one Premier League team is absolutely crap. So, gentlemen, I think it was Other Details who want to chime in on that question on screen. Or is it Dre
That
Webb?
was Dre Webb. That was
All right,
Dre Webb. And all I wanted to say was to Formula One sports. I understand, say Devon would get a big fight, but at the same time, we must understand this. Fortune favors the brave or favors the audacious. So if we not do nothing audacious, we're not going to see no fortune.
All right. Who else wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I was saying that in terms of the business side of football, separating the profitability of the Premier League from player sales is very important. And in terms of the person who's asking a question about if, as an international business person, why I would invest in such a small market, the truth is Jamaica already has one foot in the door in the top clubs in world football because of the current crop of world footballers and where we're ranking it. In terms of a Raheem Sterling coming from Kingston or a Leon Bailey, these are persons who grew up in Jamaica. Yes, they left at a tender age, but some amount of development happened here. The value system of football is where I would want to focus on. If you can invest 300 million Jamaican, that is 2 million US, coach. You can attest to this, coach. How many persons can that feed between the ages of 18 to 15 in a football setup or academy setup to see if you can have a world-class outcome out of it? If you're looking at just 2 million US, it could work. And based on cost of living in Jamaica, I believe that in the future, Jamaica is going to rise to be one of those places that people are investing heavily to make, whether they're finishing off footballers that started out somewhere or they are actually developing their own academies. Because when I look at a Raheem Sterling, his 2 weeks worth of salary could put together an academy for him. And in terms of the break-even point, all he needs is just one player to be sold for $500,000 per year to a championship club. So in terms of the international business person, I'd want to say that with player sales at minimum of £500,000, you can break in on solid investment because you're going to be consistently selling players.
Other Details, remember, you know, starting any business, and the businessman can tell us, there's going to be the teething process where you have to do the infrastructural work before you start to see your returns. So it might take 5 years, it might take 10 years, it might take 15 years. So if that individual or that investor doesn't have the marathon in terms of injecting funds into that institution, then they are going to probably develop some long problem and step out, if you understand what I'm saying. So returns are not just going to come. And no, if you find one player and there's a possibility that you find more than one, but how soon will that happen? And remember, you're going to have overheads right through the 5 years, right through the 10 years and all of that. So it's really a thin line between returns and no returns at all.
Sorry, coach, but it's business. It's business. That's what it is. How all businesses run. You put together a proper business plan and you do your risk analysis. And if the risk analysis, the business of football is known. It's known in South America. It's known in Europe. They're very clear thing. What we kind of know from Jamaica is we have some historical context as to how often we turn out a player who is international quality, right? So we can somebody can put this together The question is, who's going to do it?
I guess no one is audacious because a businessman just come online and said he's thinking about his return. So I guess nobody is audacious.
No, but what I like about the last person, though, he made a good point. What we do know is that there are a fair number now of Jamaicans who play at high level, who are big salary earners in soccer. Can a package be put together to them to come in as investors, not as a single investor to own a club, but like as a group or consortium of them?
Yes.
Say if we can attract 10 of these, like the Sterling, Sancho, Leon, those guys who are earning real salaries, and say to them, are you willing or able to invest, say, 5,000 a week type level, right? Then you have a pool, and now here's our operating capital. Then you tie it now to creating an investment product for them, because I don't see the existing clubs buying into somebody basically coming and buying their club from them. I don't see it happening. I think they'd have to build it afresh, personally. But there's so much possibility in my mind, because you can do something like this. You can tie directly to a high school to start. So you go to one of the existing schools that does turn out a lot of talented players, and you say, here is the academy we'll build, and here's the model we want to work with you. Because nothing in the ISA mission that I have read prevents a school from signing such an agreement. And so what you would get, for instance, is that school's entire soccer program, for instance, U15, and U19s, right? All housed in academy associated with the school, and the school provides the education portion of their development, and the academy provides the soccer portion, with the aim of those players being, if you want, sold out at the end of, say, under 18s to a club, and whatever proceeds coming back from that are now shared between the proceeds come back to the academy or club, whatever you want to call it, but with a payment to the school for their, portion of the services they provided. It sounds like it could work.
All right. Yeah, I think Formula Sport, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask for a clarification. Was the gentleman just saying that, was he just referring to, because from reading in between the lines, I was getting that he was saying that we are not going to be able to produce professionals on a mass level, if you guys understand what I'm saying.
But I don't think we're going to do that.
You don't think we can do that, coach?
Not in the current state.
No, not in the current
no,
state.
not in the current state. Not in the current state for sure. But look at track and field, coach. Look how many world class athletes we have in track and field.
Yeah, but
because you have world class coaches.
Yeah, but look how many years
it's an individual sport.
It's two different, guys. It's two different types of sports. There's a physical attribute.
Yes, man. That's true.
And track and field put a system. And track and field put a system together. The MVP, the racers, they put a system together, right. And they have good athletes, and they develop the athletes, and in a professional environment, and the rest is history. You're talking about Blake, Bolt, and
Guys, we've been producing world-class athletes when we had no system.
When we had no system.
Herb McKinley, Arthur Wynn, Roden, we produced world-class athletes for years with zero system.
Exactly.
True. We are the sprint factory of the world.
Allow you to compete in an individual event. It's different from a collective sports like football. It's not the same.
That's true. It's true.
Yeah, man. And plus, the coaches right now are world-class coaches. So that is even a bigger disparity between football and track and field coaches.
Coach, can I ask a question?
Let Formula Sports finish.
Yeah, no, but I am saying, coach, that the way how I see it, one of the main basis to become a good footballer, right, is athleticism, speed, and obviously the technical ability needs to be developed. We have 2 out of the 3 already, and track and field shows that we have the speed and we have the natural athleticism. All we need now to do is to develop the technical ability, and I believe once we develop that, just as how you say, track and field booming for us, and we are one of the top nations in the world in track and field. I believe that once we develop the technical ability, we will be a conveyor belt for hot young talent. We'll be a conveyor belt, man. They will just be rolling out.
And Formula Sport,
More-
are you
more-
just
more-
saying
more-
are you
more
just saying
response to that
that base of talent?
I am saying,
are you taking other things into consideration?
Other
Like
things
the
like what?
behavior, like the behavior of the player.
True, that's a fair point. But
It's
here's
not only
what.
about talent.
Yeah, here's what I'm
Coach,
saying, though, Mr.
coach.
Porter. What I'm saying, Mr. Porter, is that if we
Hold on.
have that level of success in track and field, the youths them in track and field are come from the same communities too, the same inner city communities, are the same environment them coming from, If we can have that success in track and field, right, we can have it in football. But yes, that is a fair point. But also, just like in track and field, how them deal with the attitude of the youths as well. In football, we need to sort out the attitude of the young footballers as well. But I'm saying that based on the success we are having in track and field,
All
is
right.
a conveyor belt of talent.
All right. Jerry, you wanted to say something?
Understood.
Yeah, two things. First,
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna respond to Formula One. First of all, it's a football. Yes, it's a lot of athleticism and speed, but 95% of the game is played between the ears. So when you're a footballer and you're on a football pitch, the amount of calculation you do, you think in him, I hypotenuse, isosceles, and Pythagoras himself. The amount of calculation you did.
Yeah, that's a solid point.
Let me finish, man.
I thought.
Separately, coach. Separately, I wanted to know if you tag the JFF with these videos. When Camino said them recorded, so do you tag them?
Coach, it's more plunky. Can I make a point?
Well, let me see if Jerry finish. You finish, Jerry?
We ask him if he finish Coach Minzy. You know what I go on, Mine no Coach Minzy. Mine,
What you mean me know what go on? We don't. Me want hear. Me don't know if him finish. Cause me have to ensure say me don't want cut off a man and him not get no time to talk. So Mark Plunkett, your time. After which right. Alex will follow.
Okay, even gentlemen, respect to everybody, elders and everybody here. The point I want to make. I don't talk about infrastructure. It's a wonderful thing. In terms of investors recouping the money, what we have to look at the English model. The English model, these clubs, the 20 clubs in the Premier League earn their money from viewership, broadcasting rights. And I think everybody knows this, right? You sell these broadcasting rights to ESPN, MSN, NBC, all these, cable station around the world. That's how you make money. You have to bid for it. Now, if we create a league in Jamaica where it's appealing to America, to the diaspora, and to the Caribbean, you have players, establish the league, you have players from the Caribbean playing in this league. I think you can recoup your money by, offering these rights to view the Jamaican Premier League, because I have players from the Caribbean playing it, and the Caribbean can be a market for us. So again, I say Jamaica Premier League can be a catalyst for the Caribbean, and that's how you can recoup your investment. Not just selling a player for 5 million or 10 million or whatever, but viewership, and that is big now in the technology age, where you can jump on your phone and watch football, make the league appealing. That's what I'm saying. That the Jamaican Premier League is nice to watch. We know that already, but we just need to get it to a professional standard, get better pitch,
so it's more appealing. You see what I'm saying? So that's my take on recouping the money as an investor. That's how you really make money with viewership, pay-per-view, and all of that. That's the point I want to make.
All right. Good point there. Alex.
You know, so Coach Minzy. Good night, everyone on the panel. Bernard, Porter, everybody in the big up on themselves.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, big up.
As a point I want to make, I saw you make the video the other day about the video analyst, that we need a video analyst, and 2 or 3 days after, I heard somebody coming out at the JFF saying they're gonna get a video analyst. So I think they do watch the show, Coach Minzy, but we don't know who's watching the show. I think somebody there watching the show and see what's going on, and they almost work in a silence. That's in my views.
If they are doing that, and these gentlemen on the panel are putting out some solid salient points, and they can take from it, then it will be good for the program. It will be good for the federation. So we welcome them watching the show.
I think we should do the Iceland structure. Iceland is a small nation like we. I think we should use their structure and try to build in Jamaica, because Iceland is way out there. They have about I think a smaller population than Jamaica, and probably 3/4 of their players are playing in Europe, big top 5 clubs in Europe, in Germany, France, Bundesliga. No, in England you got Sigurdsson, all of them. So we can use their structure and produce players going overseas. I think some of these owners of these clubs in Jamaica, they're not football I don't think they love football like we do on the panel. I see the main option or the main gain after football. I think the only one I see in Jamaica really doing it right now is small players and owners, which have a bunch of persons pushing money into their clubs right now. You know, so that's my take on it, though.
I wouldn't say they're not football people. They're just not thinking outside the box.
Or they're not hardcore.
The scope is not big to know that they can put the football at a different level, and it's a business and they can make money out of it. They have to have a model to put out there so people will gravitate and buy into it.
Mr. Levan, may I ask you a question? You think if you go to World Cup, you think all this could change?
We went there 98 and nothing changed.
Exactly.
So play for £500,000 and never change. So.
Vision we need, man. Vision.
What I want to still panelists is this. The franchise model, I think, is 100% the way to go. And I think coming out of the franchise model, Coach, I think we'll see what happened with Miami FC, where there are clubs that are for sale coming out of the organizers of the Premier League. So they will say that a certain place in Jamaica has a large population, but it doesn't have a Premier League team, and we're putting out, we're taking proposals for persons who want to purchase the rights to run this club. But what we said earlier about moving from a private setup to a public setup is fundamental, and the franchise model, I think, will allow for those things to actually come to the forefront. So I'm a big supporter of us franchising our clubs, because when you franchise a club, the cases are Arnett Garden and Harbourview can actually have outside investors come into the existing pool based on how capitalism is set up. If a club has an owner or a person who has contributed years and years on the community and so forth, a person who's coming on board will only basically dilute their shares in that club, which is the case with the clubs in Europe. So we need an ownership model that is actually flexible enough to take on new investors. And the JFF, I'm excited because the JFF really can now go about the business of putting their house in order and making a big public cry to the diaspora to say, come on board, investors. We have a heavily regulated franchise program, and we're selling clubs basically. So that's a direction I'd love to see us going.
I don't like cry to diaspora, no want money, but otherwise no want to win a dash away. Anytime we come to money, yes, if there's no money, we love
A good point,
Bertram.
Yeah.
I put a point. I put a business model to somebody in Jamaica, and it's a very good model. I am not gonna say it on here. I will try to contact you, Bertram and Michael. I have contact with Michael already, and I can put it together. But before I was even finished, the first thing that person said to me, what turns me off, and I never call him back, is that, what's in it for me?
That's the investor?
It's just a proposal I was putting to him. And the first thing he asked me, what's in it for me?
Yeah, but for everyone, that's going to be the question, right?
Yeah.
Whether you're socially conscious or not, whether you're getting pleasure from just the what you're putting together, there has to be something in it for the individual. People don't realize it. Everything you do, there's something in it for the person. Is it monetary compensation? Is it I get to be
mileage for the
program? What exactly? What is it that I'm getting out of it?
Yes,
So
yeah, but I told him there is monetary compensation and huge money as well, because the plan I have was field development. Okay, and once you get field development and have special grades of field, then the other part of the business plan would come in, which I'm not gonna say.
Right.
And then there's a third part of it. We'd also set up a management company to manage young players, and it's a very viable plan. And if every year you can get a player move out of Jamaica for, say, $500,000, it's a plus. It's a bonus. But people have to be willing to buy into it, and we get the wheel moving.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think all these ideas are great. I don't think anybody has a monopoly on intellectual capital and on ideas. I think they're great. I think, as the coach alluded to, though, is when you're setting up something which is operationally challenging, right? It's people, it's process, you mentioned field, it's infrastructure. It does take a lot of effort. I could take that same money, put in the stock market, and make me some money without having to spend all that time doing it. It's work to do so. It's headache to do so. And you deal with human capital, so it makes it very, very difficult. But I don't disagree, Devin. Anyone who has good ideas, companies, people should leverage them, because people act like they have all the ideas in the world. Everybody has ideas. The question: which ones will land and which one will stick? Which one people will leverage?
Yeah, man.
That's why Mount Pleasant is leading right now, because I think they have people around the club that willing to invest. You know, come from willing to take the football on a next level. You get where I come from? Why does Waterhouse owner Harborview owner can't take the same model as them? Look at what they get from Baby. Why they can't say, okay, then we can build a next Baby and sell them for $500,000? Come on. That's just the point I'm just saying.
So the same question you're asking is even asked at a professional level. So I'm sure there's Gunners fans, Arsenal fans in the forum, and Arsenal fans ask, why is Kroenke not investing money in the club? He invests money in the club. He just can't take money out of the club because it's a self-sustaining model. Yeah. Exactly. And people don't want to
invest any money.
I think we can spend a whole evening talking about this. Is an Arsenal forum. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Compared to Man City and PSG, the man don't invest any money.
Guys, think about it this way. I'm gonna make a simple point. I have $1 billion, right? I put $1 billion in my club, and you're telling me I can't take a penny out. I can only make money by my club appreciating. When the value goes up, but I can't take a penny out. Does that make sense?
So why do you invest money in the club?
Exactly.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to get England to understand, because Devin, I think it's the old days from the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s, where it's a community-based team. The owners are not making a profit. It's all about the fans.
So it's fixed investment.
Yeah, well,
it's fixed investment.
It's not even a fixed investment, because if you buy a bond, it's a fixed return. You get money back. You buy a bond, you get money back. In stocks, you may get dividends, you may get money back. You're not getting money back in a football team. in Europe nowadays, because some are fan-owned, fan don't expect money back. Some are owned by businessmen, whether it's North African money or American money. They don't expect the owners to take money out of the club. That's the problem we have. So in this model we're talking about in Jamaica, which is I buy a club in Jamaica, I set up the infrastructure,
Bertram.
I'm running it. Yes, go ahead.
There's a way to do that, though.
Bertram,
Coach,
if
you're
I
a Man U fan. Talk about what the Glazers did, man. You saddle the club with debt and pull money
No,
out.
I'm not a Man U fan. I'm not a Man U fan.
No, I was talking to Coach. Coach is a Man U fan, so I was saying to Coach, you know. Come on, tell Bertram what the Glazers
And they
did.
hate the Glazers. They hate
Listen
the
to
Glazers.
me. Listen to me. I am not here to discuss this logo.
What?
I'm not here to discuss this logo.
They're mafias? The Man U people are
But
mafias?
But guys,
And I remember that they bought the club with a club that was in debt already. They did that. So we don't want to get into the intricacies of that because we're not discussing this club tonight. We're
But
discussing
guys,
Jamaican football.
Good luck tomorrow.
I have a point I would love to make. Guys, I heard somebody saying earlier, right, that to just a while ago, that to making a comparison between the stock market, right, and that it can be easy to put the same money in the stock market and make money, and with football you have to build it, right, and that's a solid point. That's a very solid point. But my thing is that you have millionaire and billionaire businessmen all across the world, right? All across the world who are willing to make investment in football. Why doesn't the JFF partner with, let's say, for instance, a Jampro, who is responsible for bringing overseas investment in the country? Why don't JFF partner with Jampro and try and market a proposal, go around Europe, for instance, right? And just as I tell you about
Formula One. The reason is the Jamaican, the product that the Jamaican Red Stripe Premier League is putting out, the international market don't want to see. So them now going to generate no broadcasting dollars.
That's facts enough. That's facts enough. But my thing is, one, the program needs to be restructured, right? And especially from the perspective of youth academies, right? As I said, the three main things with football, athleticism, pace, and technical ability. I hear the boss talk about between the ears as well. That's technical know-how. That's a part of technical ability, right? And my thing is that we can show them our success in track and field and say, man, if you guys invest into youth academies in Jamaica, you can produce other players. Look how many players we have in England right now. Even coach, we were just learning last night about, well, one of them you knew about, but the other one, none of us never know about, and I never know about the two man them we play for England, we could have played for Jamaica as well. We have so many players playing in the English system worth millions and millions of pounds. If we can market, if we can approach these overseas investors who already are investing millions into football, right, and show them package and market a proper proposal to them, we can get them easily to come out here and invest in youth academies and our football if it is structured properly.
Formula.
I love this gentleman's enthusiasm.
Formula, but most of them in big investors love Jamaica too. You have to look at it like that.
All that.
Yes.
You see,
But
them love
gentlemen,
Jamaica.
I think you're missing one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there are players in England who can play for Jamaica, but they were not developed in Jamaica.
Yeah, but but my supporter, my point, is that if Jamaicans are put in a proper system, right, we can produce the Raheem Sterlings, we can produce the Leon Baileys, right, we can produce the Mason Greenwoods. So what I'm saying is that we can market that to these overseas investors. Tell them Raheem Sterling is Jamaican, Ollie Watkins is Jamaican. Tell them literally almost half the English team are Jamaican.
Yeah, but we can. But who is gonna be the advocate of that to go sell?
The Prince of Dubai.
May I say now, Mr.
Who
Porter?
is gonna be the advocate of that?
That's what I'm saying,
Jamaica.
Mr. Porter. Mr. Porter, that's what I'm saying. The JFF need to partner with Jampro, who is responsible for seeking overseas investors. And that Jampro doing seek overseas investors for everything.
Formula. I love the point you make. I like it. I like the idea. But the fact is that in order for this thing to work, so we get broadcast this thing outside of Jamaica or football and all of that, but there are some housekeeping matters that we have to sort out, you know.
True.
We need qualified coaches. I'm not talking no CONCACAF level coaches.
True.
We need field. We need a good parks, because we don't want to be playing football broadcasting over many countries in the world, and then we see a big patch on the field. A man now control a ball properly because of the
big
field.
mud patch.
You understand? So we need to do some housekeeping matters first, sort out some stuff first before we can launch out to these things.
Well,
exactly, coach.
Investors. We probably need to get investors firstly to begin with, to sort out the whole infrastructure and put it to them that when these things are sorted out, because of the talent that we have in Jamaica, it will work.
Can I have a point?
Yes.
Well, I'll just throw this out. My family's background is in real estate in Jamaica. So my brother does a lot of work with the hotel sector. We all know Rui and all of them Spanish firms that have been coming into the hotel sector. How the Spanish business environment works is the firms in any particular industry work together like the Japanese, like the Koreans do in a cabal, right? So in the hotel sector, the Spanish firms are known as the Seven Sisters, seven massive, international. So where one of them goes, the rest of them follow, right? So they've come into Jamaica. They are tied to at least 4 football clubs that play in La Liga, right? They are always on the lookout. And right now they ain't interested in Jamaica because they cannot handle the crime. That's the straight up. They cannot handle the crime. Usually where they go, they bring their other partners with them. It would only have been a matter of time before their club.
But Michael, crime, they all on the road still in
Michael. No, it's a different. No, when they're in a particular business and their own staff are committing crimes against them, it's a problem. That is
boss, you know
their big problem right now in Jamaica.
And Michael, I'm gonna say,
I disagree with that.
One at a time, gentlemen.
There were 4 of them that were in Jamaica, right? 4 of the 7 came initially. 1 has already pulled out, and a second one is in the process of pulling out. That's not a good look.
You know why I disagree with the crime argument, boss? And I say it's not a fair argument you're making, And you obviously you speak to your personal experience, and it's a fair argument. But you know why I disagree with that? Look, I can personally tell you a whole heap of overseas investor coming to the country in about crime or no crime, A whole heap of overseas investors coming to the country and invest crime or no crime. So why are we using that as an excuse?
Okay, I'm gonna say
just like Mount Pleasant.
Exactly, just like Mount Pleasant.
When you set up any business, you look at your risk portfolio. And
facts.
So if you look at certain businesses, the crime rate might be high, but your return is so much higher that it's worth it. What we're talking about here, if it's an established product, yes, there is money there. But if you're going to start something like this, it's a very, very high risk to start. Because it's someplace where you have additional risk, like crime and stuff. No.
Not when you show them that Raheem Sterling is worth $100+ million pounds, and there are many of them out here.
Guys, you guys are not listening. You're not listening to what
we have to be respectful.
You have to listen.
You guys are not listening to what he just said.
I'm listening.
No, you're not, because you're just.
No, you're not.
All you're focused on is the return. There's a couple of risks. There is operational risk. There is reputational risk. There is financial risk. There are major risks which some companies, no matter what the return, are not taking. Many companies don't go to Africa to invest. Africa is tons of investors And there are some companies, reputable countries, who won't go to Africa.
They will never
Think about
go.
the big Wall Street firms. They will go to Asia. They'll go to Australia. They will invest in Europe. They're not touching Africa. They'll go to China, for example, with a dictatorship government, and then start not going to Africa. The risk reward has to be worth it to take it. And sometimes it's not just financial risk, reputational risk. Guys, let's not fight this whole thing about Jamaica and its crime rate.
So
Bertrand, globally.
And Bertrand,
say Jamaica a good place to risk putting your money into?
I think he just mentioned the question is what industry are you investing in?
Yeah,
and
he
so
made mention of that.
It's about individuals and corporate entities about
investing. Panelists.
I'm gonna add to.
Yeah, let me say something. The business climate internationally has already decided what Michael is saying and what Bertrand is also echoing. We have a very high crime rate that is turning away not just any investor, but the best investors. And let me explain why I'm asking for that to be noted. Manchester City has a football setup in which they purchase clubs in other countries. Red Bull has a football program in which they buy clubs in other countries. If we had a lower crime rate, I could see where friends of associates of Michael would be looking at starting a club to pair with their hotel that would compete in the Premier League. But when he is coming from the front line, a personal concern,
big point.
When you see what I want the panelists to take note of is when money is talking, it's a little different from hearsay. So when someone with the money is saying that the big problem with that relationship not resulting in investment from the Spanish Premier League or La Liga is because not only in the investment in football were they considering being robbed, but in their hotel business they were being robbed by Jamaicans. So that is crime, That's not just murdering people, that is crime in how we manage money on behalf of investors. So that's a very big concern. And that's what I wanted to just highlight there.
Can I say something, guys? First of all, I hear somebody talk about disrespect. I don't want anybody to think I was being disrespectful. I don't know why anybody would think I was being disrespectful. But my whole thing is that I respectfully disagree. In terms of, yes, what he is saying is true. What he's saying, I agree with it to a certain extent, right? But my whole thing is that, yes, more investors will obviously go to Asia and Europe, etc., right? More will go to those places than they do go to Africa. But my boss is acting like said we can't get overseas investors in the country. More will go to those places, that's facts. But you also, if we appeal to as many as possible, we can and will get some to come out here as well. A whole heap of overseas investor we have in the country. Whole heap.
So hold on. Michael, may I ask you a question then? So Mount Pleasant owner come when Mount Pleasant need nothing in Kenya from a Super League, came a Premier League. Why come invest in a Mount Pleasant then if there is a big crime rate? And when they come
exactly.
Hold on. The year they come here to Jamaica, the crime rate was sky high. Why would you risk that and come here?
I did not say it could not happen.
I'm just saying still.
Yeah, I did not say it could not happen. I said each investor has their own risk tolerance.
Right, and they weigh the option.
And to be fair, the gentleman at Mount Pleasant is a very special person. He has a love for the island to begin with.
All right.
So it's not that it can't happen, but they're few and far between.
Michael, so there you go again. When if investors are not people person, when if investors are not treating the staff right, you have to look in that too. You get where I come from?
There are lots of variables, and I'm not saying any one or the other, but I said we have to get our ship in order. So if we're going to market Jamaica, this has been Jamaica's situation from ever since. I used to work with Jampro, so and I remember one case in particular. I come out of geology, so I used to be a mining engineer, and one day my boss calls me and she said, I went to Miami and I carried one of these samples we had done when they were just developing Hellshire. So we were doing all these road cuttings and what have you. and some we took some of this rock, cut it, and we found it takes a nice polish. You know, it looks like marble. So we showed it as, you know, there's potential here. We need to do some development work. We did nothing yet short of cutting this piece of rock and polishing it. My lady take this thing and gone to Miami and come back and call me and say, I have an order for X million cubic yards of this stone. We don't even know where the damn stone comes from. We have a road cutting. You understand me? This is how. So when you tell me about Jam Pro, my eyes were rolling all over my head because my knowledge of Jam Pro. Listen, man, them man couldn't sell heat to Eskimo. They honest to God, you know. Sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful.
So guys, here's the thing. So we're talking about football, and almost every conversation in any time we talk about football, it delves into the social challenges of the country. Because what people understand is that they're not mutually exclusive. They're actually interrelated. Nobody want to do business with you unless they're comfortable doing business with you. It's not good to want to go business someplace and I'm concerned about my safety to go do this business. So when people talk about, oh, Mount Pleasant, and give me this one-off situation, talk in generalities. Tell me where you have a litany of investors who are looking for opportunities when they're supposed to get good return on their dollar. And what's the primary reason why they're not doing so? Yeah.
Bertram, to add to what you're saying, with this comment on the screen, wonder if it was in say Tivoli Gardens or Arnett Gardens, if it would have been the same response. Look into it, Alex.
Yeah, but watching a coach, but everywhere I mean, approach my look life risk. Everywhere in the world you can get a life risk. No matter which part you dig, it's an investment.
Yeah, but some are greater risk, some are for greater risk.
Some are great, some are low.
But it's still a risk anyway, because we can do it.
No, man, no. You can't do that with money, you know, because you see, with money, you see, banks and investment houses, panelists, we can attest to this, have risk managers, risk departments. Even Manchester United and Arsenal have risk departments. And what I can point out, you see, is money informs investment. And if there is a high risk of life being lost, where you can say, look at the situation. If Jamaica had less crime, Raheem Sterling probably would have invested in a club or an academy.
Raheem Sterling did invest in a club. I don't know where. Oh my God, what you guys?
So we're talking about likelihood of occurrence. Which is about a scale. You go from possible to actuality and probably in between. So here's the question, which is: if somebody tell you have a 10% chance of losing your life versus a 90% chance, which one would you prefer? If you think it's not, so you're talking about degrees and countries, everybody have crime. Well, in the US, you're going to feel safer. Some areas in the US don't have a lot of crime, but you can go to places you feel safer than in Jamaica in general, frankly. I'm not sure where in Jamaica, unless you go on those resorts and sit down, you feel totally safe.
So people not get the community not feel safe, Bertram?
No, because sometimes the guards are not. Let me not go into the detail. I'm not going to each of these situations. Let's just say, we're not here to condemn Jamaica, right? We all love Jamaica. We're here to condemn Jamaica.
Mexico, at a good extent. Mexico. Juggler.
Yes, Mexico crime rate is high, very high.
But please don't.
But it's a lot lower than Jamaica's.
Yeah,
to be fair, it's the cartels.
I don't know when you talk about the crime.
Please don't use Mexico, because Mexico is a first world country. It has one of the largest economies in the world. That's just right off the bat.
Alex,
go ahead.
Alex, I think the point that he's making, I think Michael and Bertram alluded to it, and you and Formula Sports seem to be on the same page. Well, let me try to mediate. I think they're saying, I remember Michael used the point that he knows investors, so you can't take the no from him. You understand? He would have had an experience with these individuals, and they are saying that they are not going to invest because of a particular situation, which is crime. So I understand your point. I think I agree with it to some extent, because down in Brazil, beer, you know, Mexico. You understand? So I think both sides of the argument has some valid points.
Coach.
I remember the investors will decide if they are going to take that risk. So we can't tell them, say, hold on, formula. You can't tell them, say, crime their one next country. They will survey and they will decide if they will actually do that. And I hear a commenter, Balakar, say, football actually can assist in the reduction of crime. I don't have any data or evidence to that, but I'm just stating what he's saying. But we can understand both sides of the argument. Yes, Formula Sport.
I just want to make it absolutely clear, I am not disagreeing with the gentleman, It's facts him talking, I just want to make it absolutely clear. I'm not disagreeing with the gentleman, and earlier certainly was not disrespecting him, right? What I'm simply saying is that while the gentleman is talking facts, you can't just put up barriers like that, right? And say, oh, you can't do the right thing just because it is a lower percentage, there's a lower degree of possibility of it happening than it is happening.
No, but Formula, let me stop you there. Let me stop you there, Formula. Remember, he said he knows those individuals who said that. So I think we are arguing, but he has an example.
Yes, man, and I respected that example because I said him having personal experience. But what I'm saying is that he is using that example to broad brush. Is you give me 1 second, boss. Give me 1 second, boss. Just 1 second, boss. Let me just complete the talk quick. What I'm saying, coach, is that we know him having personal example, right? But I think he's using that personal example to broad brush. We have seen many foreign investors come out here. So yes, we're not going to have the degree. Africa is not going to have the degree of investment that Asia and Europe has. That no means that them not to seek it, coach. Africa still have to seek the investment, and they will get investors. They won't get as many as Asia and Europe, but they will get a lot nonetheless. So we can't use that as a barrier. You can't broad brush. My boss can't use his personal knowledge to broad brush. You have a lot of investors that will come out here and invest nonetheless.
Simply put, when I say, coach, 100% of zero is zero. So if you don't go after the investor then because crime is on the island, you get nothing.
Exactly.
Right? Well said. The probability of getting investors is very, very low. But if we cast a very wide net, that low probability will still net you some investors. Having those investors in the bag, essentially we kickstart what we need for do. And you understand, say money make money. That basically must say, right?
But I understand that. But I put it to you, gentlemen. I put it to you that persons are actually seeking investors. So we can't be saying supporting an argument and probably saying that there is no one seeking investment or investors to come on board. Because it is happening. It is happening.
If I could sort of clarify. I didn't take any disrespect in the statements. I love healthy debate. I just want to be clear though. I'm not saying, I never said investors will not come here. I said we have to straighten our house up to make ourselves attractive to investors, right? Because when we talk about people investing in clubs all over the world, they go where they see the biggest returns for their investment and their risk profile, right? We don't have a lot of the infrastructure that they need, right? We've been discussing this all last couple of weeks. We're severely short on infrastructure, right? So if somebody's coming here to invest in soccer, they know that I keep using soccer, in football. They know that they're not just going to invest in an academy. They're probably going to have to work with parish councils on road development, work with parish council on water, on electricity. They'll have to cozy up with the dons in the area. And they work all these things out. And when they factor all of those things, they're coming to a point where they're going, for all of this work, I'm going to get more for that money someplace else. And so we, as a country, the JFF, the government, whoever, all of us, our focus has to be on how do we mitigate those risks that they are seeing.
So Mike,
and they will actually count the cost.
And when the only reason I brought up the point of the hotel companies is because I kept hearing about all these investors out there, and I'm saying here are investors who are actually in the country. So these are not people looking at it from afar; they're actually there. And if they're already here and coming to that thing, they are going to be saying this to their friends out there, and that's why I'm saying we have to be thinking in those terms. So, you know, we have to stop accepting poor behavior on our own part, because the type of stories I'm getting is like, you know, the whole ones with the way they rob the tourists, the rapes have become a big issue.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, and these are the type of things that from them. And let's face it now, at the end of the day, football business is not people coming into the stadium. Football as a business is selling merchandising and selling TV rights, right? That's tourism. True. And we're a tourism market. And when our tourism marketing product is being blemished by those type of things, that all reflects. So it's, you know, you made the point. It's a bunch of synergies all over the place. And if any one piece is really negative, all of them getting pulled down. So that's really all I was trying to say.
Yeah, we're talking amongst friends, and we're acknowledging, especially those who live outside Jamaica, that this is a problem. And then we get in protestation and defensive behavior from those who are saying, well, we have crime everywhere. Well, you have money everywhere, but how much money does Jamaica have compared to, say, Saudi Arabia or compared to, say, the US? You have money everywhere. That analogy is not the analogy to take. We have to acknowledge.
That's a strong point.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge we have a problem. And the question is, and Michael actually, you fix the problem. I will admit from where I sit, it's not fixable.
And we never say it was a problem.
And Alex, remember, investors say in the group as well, you know, somebody said that he's a businessman and what would be his returns. So obviously there are investors even on this show looking in and really asking what would be their returns.
I think this person was more wrong. Give the size of the market.
Guys, my thing is that to respond to boss, what's your name again? We're just making the point. Bertram, yes, to respond to Bertram. To go around the whole crime thing and dealing with gangsters and dons and all of that stuff, right? I was actually saying to coach in the comment section the other day, advocating for a national academy, right? One single national academy, right, for all the talent in the country, right? And that is from the perspective simply of selling players, right? I mean, as I said, Raheem Sterling is worth £100 million right now. Bailey is worth a ton load of money. So even if it's not, I'm not necessarily advocating for investors from the club perspective. The main thing for me is we need to get some sort of a sustained youth development program in the country. And if we have to get investors to do it, they don't have to deal with the crime, because what we can do, you know, is set up a thing up at the Captain Horace Burrell Center, set up a national youth academy over there. We can have the JFF partner with corporate entities, and they do it from an equity standpoint, right? And they own shares in the academy, and they produce these talents and sell them all over the world.
Formula, I'm not sure I cut a step, but Riddle Speed said he had somebody from England coming down to do that. They have a discussion with a person from England coming down.
Then that's wonderful, Alex. That's wonderful.
But
not only that.
You know, that's not the JFF portfolio, though.
Yeah, but
developing, there's no governing body that is head of the development of players. No governing bodies in the world have
That's true, Mr. Porter. That is true. But you know, my thing is that Mr. Porter is an excellent point you raise. But I see your point, but here's why I disagree with it, right? My thing is that we cannot do youth academies from the perspective of clubs. especially the current structure of clubs in the island, Mr. Porter. We can't do youth academies from that aspect of it. We need to improvise. We can't sit down and say, yo, other countries, national federations don't do this, so we can't do it too. The JFF can determine whether or not they want to do that. They are not prevented or stopped by anything. They can do it. It's not a matter of that they can't do it. We need to improvise. If we cannot do it from the club perspective, where we're going to sit down and say we can't do it, Mr. Porter, we have to do it nonetheless.
I get where you're coming from, but the first thing that the JFF is going to say, if you make that approach to the JFF, what do you think they are going to say?
You are more able to tell me that, Mr. Porter.
We don't have the money. We don't have the funding for that.
See the investors and partner with them, Mr. Porter. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, and might I add to that?
It's the same thing what Michael is saying. There's nobody is willing to do that because of the crime rate.
Yes, but Mr. Porter, they won't be affected by the crime, Mr. Porter, if they partner with the JFF at a secure facility at, let's say, the Captain Horace Burrell Center. They won't be affected by the crime. We can still get crime is not going to fully 100% stop all investors, Mr. Porter. We have a ton load of foreign investors in the country. We actively putting together a serious plan in place to try and reach investors on a broad scale that we know are interested in investing in football. If we put up a secure facility up at the Captain Horace Burrell Center, Mr. Porter, man, we must can have a secure and safe national youth academy that the investors don't have to come out here and deal with dons and crime.
But Formula, there are also former players who are also, I've heard, that are interested in forming academies here. So you're perfectly right in terms of partnering with the federation to ensure that these things get off the ground, so that you can have some sort of development. But the challenge with that is that will that investor, who is a former player, take orders or talk from the federation in terms of, this is a style of football that we want you to teach at the academy, when they know that, for example, a 4-4-3 works, and this is what they are going to teach their youngsters because of certain physical display from these youngsters. So there are a lot of variables that these investors have to sit down, come to conclusion, and all of these things to ensure that they leave with some sort of amicable solution, and not just invest. This is what I'm going to teach, because if the JFF wants to give them a mandate that this is the type of football that we want, and they are resisting, then they pose challenges and resistance and concerns. So I don't know.
My whole thing is that, coach, the way I see the world moving now, they are the powerhouses in the world of football. They are teaching their youngsters all systems, all style, all different styles of play. Them now just teach a set system. The world is moving away from that, in terms of a set system, coach, or a style of play, a set system, Because if you look at the younger world-class coaches coming up now, like a Julian Nagelsmann, who just got Bayern Munich, nobody can tell you what kind of style of player, what kind of system of play them man they work with, man.
Of course you can say.
Yes, you can, because
of course
football,
no, but hold up.
Some things will never change in football. First of all, football will always be composed of 3 groups of players playing against 3 other groups of players.
The basics, yes, for sure.
And I'm sure how you choose to deploy a centre back or a left back, whether it's going to be an attacking or a defensive role, differs from managers to managers. What we're focused on, and we must not go all over the place. And I wanted to just clarify some earlier points. We must do a little bit of research about the points that we want to say on the while as a panelist. In France, there is the INF Clairefontaine. It's a national academy for developing players. Coming out of that is Thierry Henry, Kylian
That's
Mbappe.
true. I forgot about that, man. Facts,
This
I
is what
forgot.
I'm wanting to say for the in terms of the contributions. Just work on the research side of things, because you see a lot of the problems that we're facing, it's solved already in other countries. And in terms of the National Academy setup, we must understand that the problem is money in Jamaica. And what we've been saying at the earlier stage is that if we franchise the football and we have investors having accountability, financial records, which is the case with all developed nation countries, their football is all financially accountable. So we need to go that direction versus us going all over the place.
My point about Nagelsmann, though, is that when I say system, in terms of he changes his formation on a regular basis. He changes his style of play on a regular basis, down to the personnel. Sometimes him change up. And that's my thing to say, oh, we're a teacher, we need to agree on a specific system of play or a specific style of play. To be honest with you, I think the world is kind of moving in a direction now of developing complete players or developing versatile players.
I don't think that was the point the coach was making enough. It was more around if I am investing in an academy, do I have autonomy?
Yes.
Or if I do a joint venture with the JFS, is the JFS going to dictate how I should operate? I don't think it was about just the culture of the system.
Right. And also, hold on the order detail. Remember what you're going to say. Also, Formula Sports. I kind of agree with you, because in terms of preparing players for international market, that should be done. But one, Craig Butler always say that Jamaica needs a style of play, and we, the fans or persons who are interested in football, we laud him for saying that. You understand? But yet still we don't want to develop a national style of play. So I'm just
it's
that to you.
Mr. Butler, isn't wrong, It's not that Mr. Butler is wrong, and I can't say that obviously Mr. Butler is far more. I mean, the man is a UEFA A license coach for heaven's sakes. He's more qualified than me, obviously, much more. But my whole thing is, obviously, he's not wrong. But my thing is, again, while we can say, okay, we can even teach a style or a certain system of play. The fact of the matter is, the way I see the world moving now is teaching the young players.
Formula, hold on again. Let me stop you again. And like I've been always saying, I agree with your point. But when you look at a Brazil, when you look at a France, the Spain, are the same type of football them play now. And these are national teams. You'd find differences where these players probably were a part of academies, so they would have learned how to adjust to certain system, which is the point you're making, which I agree with. But when you look at the national systems, they play a particular type of football, and because these players are prepared a particular way, they can easily adjust to certain systems.
That's true. Koke did an interview one time in a coach, where he said that the reporter asked him about how difficult it is for when he first arrived in the national team to adapt. And he said it was easy because tiki-taka was basically entrenched in the youth academies. And so when him dropping at the tiki-taka in the national team, him know it like the back of him hand. So it was like second nature for him to adapt to the national program. He knew his roles, he knew his functions, etc., etc. So what I'm saying is that we can have a parallel universe, so to speak, in terms of, yes, we can have our certain style of play that we agree on as well, but we cannot just only teach that particular one system and one style of play.
No, but in an academy that will never happen.
Okay.
You are taught football. All the details. You wanted to say something.
Yes, what I wanted to take note of is, with research, a lot of the difficulties we may face as the panelists would be addressed, because if you look at a certain set of right backs that are out in the world, Brazil specializes in building attacking right backs, from Roberto Carlos come right up to Dani Alves.
Yeah.
So that's where academies in clubs come in the picture. because that is a feature of academies in Brazil. Expansive attacking, wing playing football. That's a style of play. Incorporated into that is the tiki-taka system, but one thing they're focused on is attacking talent.
Yeah, overlapping fullbacks. So
that is something that you will learn in any academy. Every academy. Whether or not you excel with the talent pool that you have is another question altogether. But you at least give them a chance to excel in these different roles. And then you can say, well, based on the talent pool in the nation, we cannot play like how Liverpool plays with the gegenpress. Jamaica cannot do a gegenpress.
Exactly.
But that is the business of clubs, because that's what other clubs want to buy. They want to buy attacking midfielders that play like their attacking midfielders. So we can't just go off into a parallel universe and decide to do football differently. We have to go with where the billions are going.
Yeah, man. J-Web. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm a little bit confused on other details points, because he spoke about Clairefontaine and then in the last part and point kind of seemed like it's a bit contradictory. Clairefontaine as an academy, them not focus on style of playing, them focus on player. Period.
Can I respond to that immediately?
Yeah, man.
What Clairefontaine does is what we want to have done now with our lacking in terms of a central defensive midfielder. So they go out into the talent pool and they said the youths that we're selecting to be a part of the program for this year are where we are nationally weakest. So we looked at the national pool and we said we had an attacking front line that is world class. We had defensive midfielders that are world class, but we don't have wingers. So we're going to have an imbalance in the intake of youths at the 13 age group that are focusing on being wingers, that are having, when you play FIFA and you're going to stats, you see that speed and agility and all those other things. And that's how a national program actually works. It works not just to build competitive players. It works to dominate other nations who have shortages to supply those nations with those players in football also. So it's a more scientific process than just saying we're going to build players to play total 90 football. It's very strategic. And that's what Clairefontaine has done since 1988 when it was founded. And it has worked in the fact that they won in 1998 World Cup, and it came back and bite every other national program years later in the recent World Cup. So national programs, I agree with you, and I'm not contradicting myself. I'm saying to you that what you're saying, I agree with a lot of the points. I'm just saying to more so look at external solutions that we could adapt in Jamaica. And one of those things that I'm championing is that the JFF champion a franchise model. And an academy development model is how Manchester United does it. That's how we should be doing it in Jamaica. We should have developed talent in academies that are in clubs.
Well, I agree that we should be developing academies in clubs. Developing academies. I don't know about the in clubs part. I don't think that the clubs have the resources to do it. So it has to be done at the national level. If we're talking about
why can't it be done at a dual level? Why can't it be done? Because what if out of 14 clubs, 9 can do it, 10 can do it. Are you gonna not do it because 4 can't? So
we have to attack the problem where we are. At the moment, the Red Stripe Premier League can't even pay the professional players.
The Jamaican Premier League.
The Jamaican Premier League. It cannot even pay the professional players because some of the players them play an hour. Or most of them are play an hour and I do something else. Right? So how would they support an academy? How are they going to support such a structure? The likelihood of that happening is very slim. And we cannot wait on them to get there. So it has to be done at the national level. And then those players that the national level, that's developed at the national level, end up sprinkle back down in a them team. Yeah.
But that I think is kind of counterintuitive. Because right at the start, I think one of the things we said was we want to have, this development program for, identifying and developing the players. clubs typically are the best place for it to happen, because if we say we're going to do a national thing, first off, we're going to have to create something from scratch. Clubs already have, in theory, a basis, right? So it would seem easier to find a way to identify that investment into the clubs that is required to take those fledgling academies to the next level. Because my fear is, if you go and create a national academy and you don't have clubs that can use those players, we've kind of wasted the money. You know, if you have a proper academy in your club now has an avenue for them. You see what I'm getting at? So like a Clairefontaine works because France has clubs, and those players are going back to clubs that play at a, they'll get to play at a level where they get to utilize.
Okay.
So if we are going to have just this one national academy, it can only have so many players. They cannot go to all the clubs. It's almost as if they're going to be wasted.
Or Michael, could it be used in a sense where I mean, players are identified from a tender age, that these players will be streamlined into the national team, and they identify some weaknesses of these players, bring them into the national setup or national academy, and work on the weak areas of their game so as to improve them, so that when they are called to the national program, that aspect of their game would have been already developed.
Yes, and ideally that's what you want. But I jump back to the Canadian sort of example where this was what we tried to do, and what we were finding was a problem was we developed all these nice, wonderful programs, and they had nice little acronyms and all of that. But the players would go, they'd do a 2-week camp, and then they go back to their youth clubs. And then it's all gone within a month, and then they come back and they were no better off than when they left the first time. Because unless you're going to put those players with those newly acquired skills into a structure where they get to actually use it, right, then it's next to useless, if you understand what I'm saying. We were literally giving kids a bunch of tools and then sending them back to coaches who didn't know how to utilize those tools, or didn't play with any forms of structure that utilize that. Like here, we still played very basic English long ball football. So we were running camps where we had the same sort of thing you were talking about, where we would literally have a camp for attacking midfielders, and they would be brought in for a 2-week session. We brought in people from all over the world to coach them, right? And then you send them back to their youth clubs, and they're standing up watching the ball being kicked over them for a whole game.
Michael, Michael, can I rebut that?
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll not rebut. Make a point. All right. If I can take you back to the beginning of the conversation when I was making the same points and saying that it should be done at the national level, and the academies, we shouldn't have one, we should have at least 3 in the different counties, right? We wouldn't be wasting the players. You keep those players at those academies and you have them play those you have the academies play the various academies. And if you have a good academy at a Mount Pleasant, you make them play them too.
Okay, fair enough. We had sort of the same structure, because our problem here was we had the association, and then you had the academies, and the academies weren't part of the association, so they weren't allowed to play against each other, right? Which caused a problem. We've now resolved that and allow them to play in one league. But first you have to have, like I said, all your structures in place. If you're going to do it, then everybody has to be on board, because then you get the clubs going, no, we don't want to play against the academies because they have an unfair advantage, blah, 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 blah. So all of that has to be dealt with, and that's the JFF's job. They have to create this environment that allows, game to be played properly, that allows the players to be developed properly, that allows for apples to be compared to apples and oranges to oranges, with proper accountability, and also meet all their requirements under FIFA or CONCACAF. And that's where we seem to fall down because for whatever reason, it's just not being done.
That proposition was made to the JFF. Instead of 3, I suggested 4 in each counties, and the answer was we don't have enough coaches to do that.
So instead of, they said they don't have enough coaches. How about upping some of the coaching skills?
Well, I know proposals have been put to them from other sources and are still being put to them.
and Michael, we couldn't even suggest what the private academies in Canada is doing to them because nobody can incur those costs because the players here in the private academies play for their own development. And we couldn't even put that to Jamaica because they still can afford it.
Guys, you know what I would love to talk about though? You know what I would really love to talk about? I think that we need one of the things that is key for youth development, I personally think, is that we need to have an established second division. And this is part of the whole restructuring of football in the island. We need an established second division. How many leagues you have now that are feeding into the Premier League? Yeah. Right? It waters down the company because what is happening is that when the player does not meet the level of a Premier League club, right? Even though, to be fair to a Cavalier has really rate Mr. Speed and Cavalier for this. He was, even though he had other clubs that would occasionally give a teenager a bus, right? A really exceptionally talented teenager. Cavaliers is the first club that I have personally seen that really push youth, like them really take it on as a thing to say we're going to give a number of teenagers a real and serious shot at making it in the Premier League. But what used to happen is that Wally Patini, come here, coach said it already. I don't remember which Premier League coach I heard say it one time, a big Premier League coach. The man say, oh, the teenagers, them not ready for the Premier League. And my thing is that, fine.
So don't let them play, they're not going to know.
That is one thing, coach. That is one point, right? Second of all, them can bring the player and still bring the player in and make them work them way up. But another thing is that the second tier, so to speak, of football in the country, right? Because it is spread out so far and wide, right? It doesn't have the concentration of talent to provide in other words, there's a massive drop-off between the Premier League and the next level below it. It's a massive drop-off. So it don't help the teenagers to go play in all of those respective leagues that feed into the Premier League. It don't help the teenagers, right?
And I have made a suggestion for that because they wanted a 2-tier professional league. And I said, no, Jamaica is too small of a place to have 2-tier professional league. And I said, how many teams are you talking about? 16 plus 18 in the second tier. I said, no, there's too many clubs. We don't have a proper structure at the top level, which is the Premier Division. What you need to do is have 16 teams and use the second, third, and the fourth division in Jamaica as the premier development for the youth to get into the top league.
Mr. Porter, you hit the nail on the head, man. The nail on the head. You see the problem?
The 18s and the U21s and all of them have somewhere to play. So we can see the talent to get up into the top.
There's going to be continuity.
Exactly. Because, guys, what is taking place in Amman is that the talent pool is not being properly concentrated enough. It is spread too thin. So below the Premier League, the level is a joke. you can't properly develop players in that when the level is so bad.
True.
Yeah, man. Agreed.
And you know what, my supporter? You could have that the Premier Development League play right before the Premier League game then.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's
Yes,
always gonna be
yes.
fan fear and all of that. And the fans will also be intimate with the players, know these players in the development league as well.
Yes, yes.
And all eyes will be on both leagues. So that's a good point there, J-Web.
Another big problem too that the clubs face is it's difficult for the clubs to sell players because they don't actually invest that much in the players. You know, a talented team coming out of Jamaica right now, their development has been done by their school for the most part. You know, the school can't sell the player.
No.
You know, the club is
No.
selling it, and none of their proceeds come back to the school. What needs to happen is that not needs to, but my suggestion was that we try to build a system where schools, it could be geographical or whatever, but a certain geography of schools are affiliated with a club. And their players are not just scouted, but possibly even the club even provides coaching assistance to those schools to ensure that the players are getting the proper direction to be looked at by the club. Because, you know, I love the idea of a second division also, but I would prefer to see that the under 50, like the Colts and then the Manning, Da Costa are actually the development, you know, sort of ladder to go into the clubs because they already exist.
Right. So more thought should be put into the schoolboy league.
Exactly, because rather than going and building something new, because if you look at it, this is how our track and field has come. Our kids didn't leave school and sat down for a year and then start to figure it out. They were scouted while in school. They have been developed since they were 12, 13, coming up, you know, and that's how the question was, how did we transition them to senior? And we used to lose a lot at that point until, you know, racers, cast, all those people got involved and put in a system. The same thing is now for football. JFF needs to take the lead here and create a system that will work for us for the situation. You know, they should not. The JFF needs to, for the first time in a long time, actually be proactive here. Their situation is they react to things. They need to be proactive. They need to actually sit down and say, let us have not just a plan for now, let's have an actual strategy. I said a couple of weeks ago, I thought they should actually be showing everybody in Jamaica right now, here's our plan for 2026. We are going to do this to qualify for 2022, right? And from our expectation in 2022 is to do this.
We build on it for 2026.
Our program, these returns will be used X, Y, Z ways to create X, Y, you know, this U15, this U17, this U20, this U23, this pathway. We expect X number of players from the U15s, the 2003 born players, you know, and actually, you know, hard, write this down as a goal. You know, no pipe dreams now. We can all pipe dreams and wish. If we write it as clear goals and show how we intend to do it and put this out there, I guarantee you people will put money into it now. Little Jamaicans will take their little, you know, take a little $10 and $20, $100 and throw in there because they see a plan. But if we just go and, boy, you know, we have talent, man, we will get some English player and we'll go. No, I can't buy into that. That's just too hairy for me. But if you put something in paper and you commit that this is what we aim for, just having an aim would make a big, massive difference to us.
You know, though, boss, I respectfully disagree with the whole, you know, using schools as development for youth. I respectfully disagree with that. I don't think the school system can and ever will be capable of the. You use the example of track and field, right? That is a different thing that altogether in a different sport. Because here's my thing. When you have the kids in track and field, right, at the end of the day, they are always going to be competing with the best, from other schools in the island, They're always going to be coming up against the best in their respective event. But in football, again, in the school system is the same thing. The talent is spread too thin. First of all, how many games the bigger schools play that are really immaterial? Them are wipe the floor with some side, right? They're playing too many games where it is just too easy. What we need to do, is have the best talents in schoolboy football, right? Pooled into, I don't know, throw them into the second division or whatever it is. Because you need to, the standard of play, is very important for development as well, right? And you cannot have a certain standard of play at the schoolboy football level. You just can't. There's nowhere in the world, there's no football powerhouse in the world that I see using the school system to develop players. The talent in the school system is just spread too thin. First of all, you have Manning and DaCosta Cup, right? The Manning Cup teams don't get to play all the DaCosta Cup teams or all the best teams in the DaCosta Cup, right? I mean, I think have the Super Cup. So that has helped, right? But they don't, it's just one-off games. The moral of the story is that the talent, again, in the school system is just spread too thin. It is just the competition and the standard of competition, it is watered down because it is spread right across the board. Even some liquor baller, even some baller, you have good, but look at even a Shamar Nicholson. Right, Shamar Nicholson, if memory serves me right, when Shamar Nicholson was in schoolboy football at the time, the school that he came from was not a powerhouse in schoolboy football. Right, so him never play a lot of games in schoolboy football. Because if memory serves me right, the team got knocked out in the earlier rounds. So nobody never really knew about Boza from schoolboy football. And when the man go boys down.
Would address that, because remember, yes, football is a team sport. But that's but it only matters, and I get a lot of feedback on this one, but it only matters when what you're playing for matters. It only matters when you turn pro. I'm sorry. My youth used to kickball, and my youth play provincial for Ontario. And I remember my son come to me at like 13, 14, he need a new boots, can kick off the sole. I mean, take him in a play it against sports, second-hand shoe store. And my youth come in and turn left. I say, where you go? See the boots here? I say, no, those are the brand new boots. We go to the back. Because I tell him, when you get a contract, you can turn left. Until then, we go to the back where the discount boots sell. Because you're developing. You understand me? And that's what we need to understand. A player who is in a development mode, it don't matter if your team are win or lose, so long as you play the ball right, so long as you do what your coach tell you, so long as you use the principles that you're being taught. And if we have a bunch of schools that are all doing this, the club is only really looking for the ones that make the standard.
That has not been happening. You are
that is what we need. That is what
paid to win, Michael.
That is what development is about. You want to develop. It don't matter if KC beat up on somebody 7-0. It don't matter. Bigger, stronger kids will always win up to an age. But guess what? When they reach a certain age now, where all of them the same size and can play, guess what? The ones who are taught properly will win.
I see your point, but my thing is that you have to put the youths in at a level of play that will challenge them also. You have to improve their talent. They have to be you realize overseas, look at, for instance, the young players coming up in the system. As soon as them conquer one level, if I even couple games into the season, them realize that they must star up and a shell down under 15, them say, no, sir, the brother him conquer that level already. him
Yeah,
need
but
to go to the next level.
it's an individual and it's not based on the score of the game. It's based on his performance as a football player. That's player development. So you don't move a player by the age, you move them by their overall development and maturity. And maturity is physical, emotional, psychological, all of these factors, right?
But boss, to improve their standard of play now.
Huh? No,
to improve their standard of play, you have to challenge them.
Yes,
you have to put them at a level that challenges them. So the competition is important.
Yeah, but
it is very important
at a certain age. It's not the first thing they should be doing, right?
Yeah, so but when them in a high school, boss, them have to be challenged at that point in time. We're not talking about basic school.
No, but we are talking about long-term athlete development. This is a widely accepted concept.
Let me clarify something here, panel. I think we are saying the same things, just at two different stages in the same conversation. Let me explain why. In Australia, when it comes to cricket, every single game is documented and statistically recorded in contributing to them becoming a professional player. So if a player is good at facing a spin bowler, the national program says, we're going to bring you in the talent pool of people who are good at spin bowlers. That's the same thing that we are asking for from the JFF. And this can be accomplished anywhere football is being played. And I think Manningham Da Costa Cup possibly is the longest football program and the largest number of games. So it's a solid place to actually focus on having a restructuring of it, but not just throwing it away as a place that no development can take place.
Exactly.
Development can happen.
Yeah, make use of what we have by emphasizing the strengths of it and strengthening them further. You know, it's the same way you develop a player, you develop a league or develop a structure. You know, so we have it already. Let's utilize it. That's all I'm saying.
But I don't think it can be better. My thing is I respectfully disagree with this one, man. I do, because my thing is, again, look at Kiddo Taylor. The man start shell down what the under 23s at which level him they again at Arsenal, and immediately them throw the man for start training the first team.
But you can't use Kiddo Taylor because Kiddo Taylor is not in Jamaica.
Can I say something?
Yes, but what I'm saying, you know, is that you cannot use the school system. The school system will never be able. It will never. First of all, the way it is set up, the talent is spread too thin, and you need the best players. Need the better competition to challenge them, to improve them. The schoolboy football system will never accomplish that. It will never.
So isn't it working at Jamaica College?
Boss, with the greatest of respect, working.
Coach, can I just address it for a second?
Yeah, man.
Good night to all of them. I'm not going to talk long tonight because I have a different role tonight. Right? There's no, outside the United States, there's no place that uses a school system in order to develop sportsmen. And even in the other sports like the NFL and the NBA, you are coming into the one and done situation.
Somebody's echoing.
Yeah, but everybody might open. So persons realize that you can take different parts in sports. That's what the fundamental thing. We are always going to be fundamentally behind, because when I look at the system that I grew up with and saw in England, from my cousins were 8, they joined the under 8 of a professional club. That means they're using professional facilities, professional coaching, age appropriate coaching, because a coach that coaches
Facts.
is needed.
Good
right?
point.
They at that time they were taught to love the game. Just always have the ball. I just remember it. He go to sleep with him football, and wake up with him football, and I got trying to take the football. Because that was what was inculcated in him. But they were part of from age 7, that is under 8, they are a part of a professional club. The footballers that play schoolboy football in England and play for the county, right, are those who cannot make it professionally. the lesser talented players play schoolboy football. Because in Jamaica, the schoolboy football system is about some alma mater having some talk amongst them brethren and say, oh, KC better than KC and KC better than Georges, and there's another 185 schools that nobody talks about. There are not 185 professionally graded coaches in Jamaica that can be assigned to a school to be able to develop whatever talent is there. That means there are schools where there are talented players just by sheer probability of numbers of good players that are just going to go through the cracks because they don't get the proper coaching in order to develop their technique. They develop bad habits, they develop flaws, they don't understand when you kick through your laces, they don't understand how to put spin on a ball, how to control a ball, that you have to put your body over, you can't lean back when you kick, right? You lean back the ball when go in the air. Those are things you learn when you're 7, 8, 9, 10. When we are trying to turn people professional when they leave school at age 19, almost reach 20, some players are already old, already in England. Wayne Rooney, your Michael Owens, your young Lee, from your 16 or 17, you can get a professional contract if you have the ability. So it's not only based on your age, it is based on your stage of development. Because some footballers are naturally gifted and therefore develop fast and are ready for the professional league. The only other point I want to make is earlier discussion that was going on when I first came on about the league system in Jamaica. I want to say, until I grew up and studied a thing called business process re-engineering, and that says that you could never stop the Titanic from sinking by rearranging the chairs on the deck. You have to fundamentally look at what the Titanic is doing, or it always is going to hit the iceberg. The way that football is structured in Jamaica in the 21st century, 2021, is the same way it has been structured since 1980 coming up. And there has to be a real hard discussion about whether this football is about for the country, for giving a pathway for underprivileged and privileged kids to realize their best talent, or is this for some 1 and 2 man to get some height? In England, there's one FA. There is no West Midlands FA, and there's no Manchester, Lancashire, or Yorkshire FA. So I don't know where this confederation business come from. It doesn't exist. It's the France FA, and I'm in charge of everything. We have we have a whole lot of head coach, right? And the broth is being spoiled. Because if we are producing one Bibi Gardner every 23 years, right? And when I say Bibi Gardner, I'm referring to a player that can play a decade in the highest league in the world. And then we are about a dozen who can go in there like we call a pull and last a season. We're not producing elite level footballers that can on a consistent basis. My recommendation: one club per parish. Because in Birmingham, a city of the same size of the population of Jamaica, there are essentially 3 football clubs servicing 2 million people. When you have 5,000 people in a community like Arnett Gardens, what business model is that following? And you're not talking about even the money to pay. And the man must say, yo, my thing, we are charged. And 3/4 of the people walking free. That's not a model for that's not a model for club. That's not
Reach.
But Cataract.
Reach, Pastor Cataract.
RSPL, no disrespect. The RSPL is a glorified pickup football league. Like when you're playing a basketball, when you go in a New York and you pick up 5 man and come play. I don't know professional football around, brother. I can tell you as a man that sees a professional footballer play, it's 2 times a day. 2 times a day. Morning and evening. And the evening time is 3 o'clock because they train at precisely time because most football matches in England now they start to space out the games. But football in England, all matches do start at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon.
So Cataract,
If your match is at 12:30, your training is at 12:30 because they want to get acclimatized to the condition as close as possible. That's what professional sportsmen do. Professional sportsmen don't work at Tankwell and then one gone across a water house. Go.
But cataract.
And I live, no, listen, and I live steel.
No, cataract.
And when we go this up, it's now calling name and style, but everybody know we are talking that's right. I said, yo, make it 2 lengths steel around the ball. Ball and drop 2 lengths steel from.
Cataract. I think we're making analogies. Wait. We're making analogies. I think we gotta do. No. Here's the point I'm making. Hear me out though. I think a lot of analogies we make is with industrialized countries, which have resources, which have infrastructure, which have been working for eons.
Boss, I disagree.
Wait, can I finish, please? You've had the
Let him finish.
Jesus Lord. Come on. So if you're gonna make an analogy, if you tell me Uruguay, if you tell me other countries, similar size, similar resources, with inventive way of doing things, then I can say, you know what, that makes sense. If you use the United States as an analogy, I'm sorry, it's 330 million people with ton of resources. It's hard to emulate that.
Boss,
can I finish?
So what you're saying? Yeah, man, finish. I thought you finished.
Lord,
finish.
No, you're done in the conversation. Give me 1 second. Let me get my 2 minutes of fame too. So the fact of the matter is, like what Andy Warhol says, the fact of the matter is, look, guys, we all have ideas. We all think we have solutions, right? And I'm sure people in the JFF would fix these things if they could just snap their fingers and fix it. They should be soliciting ideas from as wide a variety as possible, from as many sources as possible, to help inform their view about direction of travel, where they're trying to get to, right? Because we don't have a monopoly, as I said before, on how you think and ideas that you have. But I do get challenged with the view that we're using benchmarks to inform our view about how we should be, when it, as Coach be saying the whole evening, if you ain't got the money, it ain't gonna work. You need money to get coaches, to get the volume of coaches you want, provide the support to run the programs you want. You need fields, you need infrastructure. If you don't have it, how are you gonna do it? You can't make stone out of water. It doesn't work that way. So I understand, I appreciate, look, I've lived in the UK. I understand how the process works, right? In fact, some of the kids, you go there for the whole year. I had a colleague of mine, his son, he go to Birmingham, lived in London, go to Birmingham for the entire week. It's a whole program. It's school, it's playing soccer multiple times a day. We understand how those constructs work. But at the end of the day, if you don't have resources, and let's think about it this way, which people don't talk about. We talk about money and people. How many politicians in Jamaica ever get locked up for defalcating funds? How many really go to jail? So you have the people you have to deal with, and you have to deal with having the resources. And those resources will probably disappear when you even try to put them into the system. So all these people tonight, we're talking about, crime and XYZ. You got to think about all aspects of what you're trying to do, all things that you have to leverage and utilize. And if you're concerned about the people, the infrastructure, the system, the crime, why the hell you want to get involved? So I'm done preaching. You can have the floor.
No, but Bertrand, I want to answer. Bertrand, you have to go for the future. This is that saying, there's no resources. I'm saying to you, when we qualify for the World Cup, and if we end up in a group with England, we're going to have to play those people. So you have to field the people 11 and have 5 substitutes on the bench or 7 substitutes on the bench. No one cares where you come from or what resources you have. When you're on the field, it's 11 unless a man gets a red card. So I am not the expert. I'm saying persons are unwilling to think outside of the box. I can say that industrialized nation is one thing, but to say to you that you cannot have, it must make sense, even the most least critical thinker, that you cannot have a club system where Dwayne Park, that has less than 1,000 people living in it, has a football club that's going to be maintained by what?
So Ken,
where is the material? Where are you getting the fans from? Because
no, Cataract.
hold on a minute. and we have a fan base, that is what you project to the people who are giving you television rights, right? Because you have a match, and the match car full of 10,000 seater stadium or a 5,000 seater stadium. So what was the product that we are providing to the persons who may be willing to buy television rights if we knew to package or sell the rights in the correct way, which we don't know.
Yeah, look, Kennedy, a couple of things. One, I don't dismiss any idea. I don't think any idea is stupid. I'm not dismissing any idea, right?
All I'm saying to you is that until Jamaica understands that we cannot have more than one professional club in a parish, because even at a parish level, we still are at the very small end of being able to have a base of people to support a football club. That means come to the matches. That means breed and have people that can grow up and become the young ballers to become the homegrown talent. Right? You have to have homegrown talent that comes through, that defines the club, etc. And when you come to that point and you start playing games that everybody wants to be a CEO and a king, and I ask again, and nobody ever answers, what is this confederation matter that has 14 presidents? It has nothing to do with industrialization. It has to do with ego. And man wants a title, and man not willing to give up anything so that something can move forward.
No, we're not talking about the legacy of the league and how it's constructed. We're talking about when you're going to move the program forward, what you're going to benchmark and leverage in terms of idea, in terms of thought, in terms of support, tools, materials to help you get to where you want to get to. We're not talking about whatever we have 14 parishes, everybody want their piece of the pie, we have these number of presidents. That's what we have in place today. If you want to move forward and you don't have resources, how are you going to really get that done? It's no different.
Boss,
Go ahead.
yeah. You finished? You finished? Cataract. Exactly, cataract. Let me expound on your point, cataract. Facts. That is the problem, cataract.
Casarpa has a building and an office within a 2-mile radius of the Football Federation. That's
my thing is, cataract. Let me expound on your point.
Right?
Let me expound on your point, cataract.
Who set up property taxes being paid for what? So
my thing is, let me expound on
talking.
Boss, my thing is, your resources argument, I respectfully disagree. And as Cataract said, the problem is the resources is not that we have a resources problem. Is that the resources are being spread too thin. It has to trickle down in a boss. The problem is that from day one, the system was set up wrong, and at no point in time, the structure was set up wrong, and at no point in time did anybody try and adjust things to make it right how it should be, because that is the problem. That is what Cataract is trying to say. As the man said, those things drain the resources, so the resources are not being properly concentrated. That is the problem. If the resources were being properly concentrated, with our resources, we could have maximum effect. Look at Uruguay. Uruguay don't have a lot of football clubs in their countries, but yet still you know that we have over 700 football clubs in this country. Is what, 407? The fact of the matter is hundreds of football clubs we have right across the island. And that is the problem, the structure, right? The resources are being spread too thin instead of being properly concentrated because of the bad structure. Is not the resources problem we have, is all the funds are not being properly concentrated.
If I could say something, but this is precisely what we've been saying from day one, or at least from day one I've been on here. Right from the get-go, we said our issue is one of organization, and for Jamaican football to move forward, there has to be a reorganization of Jamaican football. The problem always is the same people who will effect the reorganization are the same people who are there now. So some of them are going to have to vote themselves off the ship. And that doesn't happen. That's the big problem, because the only way it can change is if the government step in. But if the government step in, then FIFA will say no and we get ousted, right? And this is happening across the world. Across Africa, that's the same problem they have, right? Why do you think the African countries don't go far despite all the talent they have? Because of organization, you know? And until we figure a way to reorganize the JFF, this will continue. So what we should be discussing here is what are the avenues for reorganization of the JFF? I think if you want to discuss something meaningful, that is it. Because anybody have an idea now, this is the time.
I just want to make a quick point on this quick breakdown. Anybody remember that about 5 years ago or so, that there used to be 2 commissioners of police in Jamaica? One in charge of the district constable. What it was called again?
I'm sorry, Blake. It's really hard to hear you.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Microphone.
I'm saying that 5 years ago, there were 2 police commissioners in Jamaica. One was in charge of the district constables, and one was in charge of the police. And a major decision was taken to merge both because it was seen the avenues of waste. And those required laws to be changed of the country when people said it could not happen. If you want something to happen, then somebody move forward said somebody has to vote themselves off. Somebody is not going to be a beneficiary, but Jamaica will be the winner. But if we all want to be a beneficiary, I can't remember what the man's name was, but he used to be so important. He was just in charge of the DC. And now the district constables are in the police force. All the hullabaloo that we were told that was going to happen has not come true. Right? The same, I think, can happen with our football. Genuine people, and you will find yourself in a position because there will be things that come up that will need to happen as the thing go, but you won't have the same role. I'm going to look at England and find out how many vice presidents the FA has, because I think it's 1. We have what? How many? 3, 4? When you have that kind of hierarchical structure, there's a cost to be taken. Decisions can't be taken closer to the point. They have to go up the chain, and they put time, and time is money. I asked why does it take 2 months to call a Premier League footballer who has indicated that he's interested in Jamaica? What is the decision structure that has to go through that it takes 2 months? What level of unprofessionalism is it? Some of you run businesses, I know it, because I've listened to you before I came on these programs, right? You run businesses. What business opportunity comes to your desk? It takes 2 months to call back the person who's making the proposal to make your company more profitable. What does he think of you? That you're a joker. In this time, you have to be responsive. There was a time in Jamaica when you wanted to make an overseas call, you used to have to put in an ICA phone. Remember that? You used to have to dial additional 12 numbers. No, you can't just press. Why does it?
One thing I can say, though, panelists, is something that the older I get, the more I realize it's valuable, is EQ, the emotional quotient. And emotional intelligence is the thing that I see. And the player, coaches, and across the board is undervalued. Coach, this ties right back to the title of the video. Emotional intelligence is the #1 thing that is synonymous with Walter Boyd's career. Even René Simoes made mention of it in what little I can remember of him speaking about. And I think across the board, culturally, our emotions will have to be geared towards, I think this is Marcus Garvey now, we have to do what other great nations have done to get where they are. And emotionally, I think that is one of the things that we have to look at. Because you see, quick to throw away, quick to be whatever it is. We just have to be more long-term in terms of looking at what's the emotional tone that we want to be having that discussion with our surrounding development in football, because we don't want to sound as if we are going to be coming at the JFF with pitchforks because they are not doing the job that they are mandated to do. So we have to change how we talk about football, I think, is fundamental.
Yeah, man, well said. And with that said, gentlemen, I hate to do this part of the show, but you know, sometimes good things have to come to an end. And this was a very robust discussion, heated at times, but respectfully done. You know what I mean? So big up to the panelists. I mean, gentlemen, you could have been elsewhere. Viewers, you could have been elsewhere. But you're stuck with us tonight. Michael, Bertram, Devon, Formula Sports, Dre Webb, Qatar joining. I see Daniel Williams on, quietly on, and other details. Big up to all of you. And we had Mark Plunkett, he was on, Alex was on. And definitely these persons inputted some valid information in the discussion. Trust me, gentlemen, when we link up and I talk about the topics at hand, trust me, all good, all good.
So, Coach, I have a question for you.
Yeah, man.
Is it possible for you to try to engage them from the JFF to come so we can have a dialogue with them in a forum such as this?
Say that again.
Is it possible for you to engage and try to get a sit-down discussion with the JFF in a forum such as this, so we can have a good dialogue? You can always reach out. All I can say is no.
Yeah, man. I've been working on it, you know. I've been working on it. I've been working on it. They're kind of elusive, but I believe that I've gotten a contact now that will get the powers that be in this space at some time in time. So just continue to watch the space, and you never know, it probably would be sooner than later.
So for the people who don't understand when it says elusive, in other words, in layman's terms, they're ducking you.
I don't think they want to be on here.
Is he slow? Is it him who's not quick enough?
Yeah. Thank you, Bertram.
I don't think
my
it is
boss
not quick enough.
question.
Yeah.
My boss asked the question with the headphones. Trust Stan Kroenke. Trust me, boss. I don't think you'll see the JFF on here anytime soon. You would die if you hold your breath. Don't hold your breath, boss. Don't hold your breath.
What I ended with a while ago is the same thing I'm coming back with. When I look at all of the FanTube channels and YouTube and so forth, I realize it is the tone of the panelist or the tone of the host that decides how high you rise in terms of interviews. And why I say that is because I see, as a supporter of Arsenal, I follow Arsenal Fan TV. And one thing I give Robbie, the host of it, props for, and I also give you props for that same thing to Coach, is professionalism. It goes extremely far. You understand? And because we maintain a professional tone, we'll never know who we may have an interview with, because they see us as professionals also on Coach's desk.
Yeah, man. Respect for that.
Look, I think it's a great point you're making. I think Robbie has great temperament, even though I've seen him get upset. If you hear him talk to Simon Jordan, but Robbie does have great temperament. He does have great temperament.
I think it's his passion towards the sport.
Yeah, let him go over on that side sometimes.
The Jamaican come out sometimes.
Okay, Robbie.
All right.
No, man, we need our troops here now, man.
Yeah, man, gentlemen, and very good question, Bertram. But I'm actually working. It should have happened today. It could have happened last week, but nothing beats time. You know what I mean? So
the point is not to attack the JFF. The point is to get information.
Yes, man.
To get clarity. It's not to go at them. That's not the whole objective of this. It's to get information, to understand direction of travel, where they're thinking about going, what some things they're working on, where we all can contribute in any way, shape, or form to help. This is how we progress the football. That's the objective.
You never know. There are a few of us on this panel who really can help them and advise them in certain things.
Of course.
There's no football management or ownership of a club that doesn't reach out and meet and speak with its supporters on the highest level. At least once every year, the management comes to the various pubs. So, it's a pub-based thing. They come to the pub and meet the supporters. They buy their own. And they hear the view of the little man. And some of it is taken on board or can't be. And they use that occasion to explain some of the difficulties that they have. So that we can understand some of the things that happen in the background that you may not be clear to the naked eye. But they're willing to have a dialogue because the football belongs to all of us. And the solutions don't reside in one place. And so it requires a humility from those who lead to come and listen to those who they're leading. And it requires a respect by those who are being led ourselves. Because I'm sure if we came on here, our tone would be a bit different. Nobody went to come in and tell nobody about them BCC are the part. We're here to hear, right? But this belief that you don't have to hold the forum with the fundamental of football. Jamaica is the only place that I see where it's not constantly said. In every other forum, the fans are the most important. You listen to any footballer, any manager, when they speak, they keep reiterating the fans are the most important. In Jamaica, what I've observed, people say the leadership, the JFF is the most important. It's not. It's the fans that keep the sport alive.
True.
And
yeah, man, well said.
That was my minute.
So with that said, again, and gentlemen, I really want to say this publicly. Really appreciate this panel. Trust me, I'm the best panel on YouTube. Big up on yourselves. Trust me. We don't know everybody from Adams, as some people will say, but this space would have allowed us to develop a relationship. And I just want to let you know we appreciate it. You know what I mean? So big up yourselves. Continue to stay safe in this pandemic. Do what you need to do, the necessaries to stay safe. And tomorrow we'll be having another show. We'll be having a coach on for an interview. And then we might ask him a few questions. We take a few questions from the comment section. And then we move into having a discussion based off the interview. So looking forward to that. We start at 7.
What are the coach? Is a local coach?
Yes, man. Is a local.
Dre, is a local coach or international coach or
Manchester big.
It's a local coach. It's a local coach.
You know what?
We'll keep you in suspense. We'll
He
keep
just
you
wants to
in
talk local.
suspense.
He wants to go international right away.
We'll
he
keep
don't want to
you
learn
in
to drive. He don't
suspense.
Just tune in. Just tune in and you'll see what will happen. We
You
start
might
at
be
7, hopefully.
surprised.
Yeah, man. So big up on yourself, people. We just gonna end the live, and if you want to stay back a few minutes just to chit chat, then no problem. But see you next time, people. This is day 2 of the weekend triple treat. Tomorrow will be the final night of the treat, and definitely we're expecting great things in the final night. One more time, Coach's Desk. Peace out.
One love. One love.